tracing support app based on Trace Together, the New South Wales contact tracing team's like, no, our grandparents did contact tracing without technology, therefore we will too. The fact that it takes several days and the fact that that means that infected people get to infect more people didn't apparently occur to them. And as a result, New South Wales and most of Australia had much longer lockdowns than Singapore experienced. There's also the anti-everything, the sort of anarchist type people who don't like trace together, tracing support, masks, hand washing, vaccines, anything at all is because an authority proposed it, therefore they will oppose it, rather than rationally evaluating whether the idea was a good one. This group exists, it's real enough, it's most of the driver for, or most of the market rather, for alternative facts. Their existence limits public health policy responses and therefore limits public health outcomes, which has shown up to be terribly dangerous for the populations of the US and the UK in particular. A bit closer to home is the sort of techno-libertarian ideal that, hey, we can get rid of centralized government by putting everything into apps and decentralized systems. And on this occasion, this has infected Apple. So without going all the way into it, for Trace Together to work quickly and efficiently and well on iPhones would have needed a change from Apple. Apple did initially coordinate on preparing such a change, but sort of halfway along suddenly decided that actually they much preferred to hate governments and instead produced the exposure notification system, which is specifically designed to not be useful for contact tracing. The only thing it does is allows a person who has been near someone who has published the fact that they are infected to learn that they might have been exposed. But it provides, and it's designed to make it impossible to provide any information to contact tracers. So it's a great anti-authority thing, but it turns out to be not true that a bunch of people with apps in their phones can replace the functions of a contact tracing team and a health authority. Surprise, surprise, and see also my earlier slide. So the question is to strike a balance. The approach that was taken in Singapore, and I think it's wise, was to decentralize the proximity logging, so that the proximity information that's detected, it stays on your phone or token until or unless you're diagnosed positive. If it's not, it's after 25 days, it just gets deleted. However, they did decide to centralize the contact information to allow contact tracers and ambulances and others to contact the person quickly and effectively. Notice that they've centralized all contact information, not just the contact information for people who've tested positive. And it is in fact that difference that my proposal addresses. The other thing that happened was that a bit later on they realized that it was desirable to also record ID numbers. And the reason for that was not well explained, but it's tied up with what happens when you have either a blood sample or a nasal swab tested for SARS-CoV-2 or for COVID. The sample is placed in a sealed bag which has a sticker on it which has your name, your date of birth and your ID number on it, and then a barcode with the same information. It does not have on it the serial number from Trace Together. The stuff that goes on for health protocols is your name, your date of birth and your ID number. And so what putting the ID number into Trace Together made possible was faster connecting of health test results with the activities of contact tracing teams so they could contact affected people, their suspected contacts faster, get them isolated faster, reduce the amount of infection, reduce the amount of economic impact. Some people get a bit upset about this and think about it as like, you know, scope creep. It's like, hey, we agreed to this and now you've taken this other thing. That's true as far as it goes, but it's also the case that rational data minimization means you start with the smallest thing you need and then you only go back and ask for the next thing when you have a clear reason for using it, as is the case here. So it's the fact that the scope expanded isn't by itself evidence of a problem. In fact, in the particular case of Trace Together, every step was carefully justified and carefully controlled. So what we're left with is this centralized database which contains the name, the phone number, the ID number, and the Trace Together identifier for something like 90% of Singapore's population. That's a pretty scary thing. Ideally, it shouldn't exist. It exposes two risks. One is an insider abuse risk, that in theory, some sort of criminal inside government could get their hands on the database and use it as part of some scheme to unlawfully track individuals. And the other is a breach risk. Every time a database exists, there's a risk that an outsider will get their hands on it. If we eliminate or at least drastically change the form of that central database, we can reduce both of these risks, and that's what I'm going to propose. The basic idea, the observation is that contact tracers only ever access a tiny fraction of the contact and identity database. It's less than 10%. If that was not the case, if they needed to access all of it at some point, then this approach wouldn't work. But the fact that throughout the life of the program, the contact tracers will only ever access a small fraction of the data means that there's a possibility to introduce a different way of thinking about the problem, and that is to incorporate or to insert an honest broker which receives the registration information but doesn't hand it over to the authorities unless they're willing to state on the record that they need it for contact tracing purposes. And then when they do that, it will notify the person whose details were accessed that they've been accessed, and it will also periodically publish, perhaps daily, publish access statistics. So where do we find, sorry, before I do it, having an honest broker in place doesn't forcibly prevent insider abuse, but it does introduce some involuntary transparency. That is, an insider who's thinking of abusing now knows that in order to abuse, it's going to be visible, and it's going to be visible to the person whose data they're accessing, or people if they access many people's data. So that's tends to disincentivize the act. So it's about discouraging, by changing the potential abusers' motivations in the first place. If the fact that they're going to be caught is part of the course, then they might not do it. It also, as a side effect, necessarily shapes the database into a form that's harder for outsiders to breach. I'll get into how that is in a moment. You wouldn't pay the cost to do this if you weren't building an honest broker, but if you are, then this is a handy side effect. So what are we going to use? We're going to use something that the Free Software Foundation calls treacherous computing. It's usually called trusted computing or trusted processing module. I feel that FSF is sometimes a bit excited with the language, but I think this time around they've got it right. The whole point of the TPMs was to limit your phone or your PC's ability to work for you. So an immensely powerful billion-dollar corporation could decide what you could do with your phone, which is bad. However, we can use exactly the same technology to limit what a government can do with your data on their computers on behalf of the population, which I would suggest is excellent. So, concretely, I was talking, of course, about Netflix. So Netflix will talk to the TPM in your phone or your PC, and they will decide whether or not to send the stream you want to watch to your computer based upon whether the TPM can determine that you're running a player that they trust. This is why Firefox has EME in it, so it can play Netflix specifically. Netflix will not send the stream if there isn't the trusted code running, and it uses the TPM to check that where it's available. So let's turn that around. Let's have the database live in a computer that contains a TPM, obviously with government support, and then decide not to send data to the government computer unless it can prove that it's running the same code in the broker that it's published. Granted, you allow the app to perform the authentication and the withholding on your behalf. However, the broker can be authenticated independently of the app. That is, third-party experts can directly query the broker online and verify that it really is running the same code that the government body that is producing it has published, and then the code can be examined and its function explored. So how does all this work? Oh dear, I don't know if you can see the diagram properly. The lines are all a bit thin. So here is the app at the top left, the broker is at the top right. So the idea is that the app sends a registration message to the broker at the time that you register, and perhaps more frequently. That includes an ephemeral trace together identifier, the phone number encrypted with a key that only the health authority can read, not the broker, and also your ID number encrypted with a key that only the health authority can read, not the broker. So the database stays in the broker. The broker does not have the keys. Even if the broker is breached, the data is meaningless. In the event that a contact tracer is willing to state on the record that they need to identify a specific individual as a potential contact of an infected person, they send a request to the broker sends back. So the request is to identify a particular ID, and they also provide a reason, a message that has to go to the user. What they get back is the encrypted phone number and the encrypted ID number, and then the contact tracer, as people within the health authority, have the key to decrypt that. The broker immediately notifies the app and includes the reason message. So the fact of the health authority having accessed the user's data is something that the user becomes aware of immediately using the Android or iOS notification facility. all the third-party stuff if you're using non-Android, non-Google services Android. And then similarly, the broker can, through a variety of mechanisms, publish aggregate stats each day to say, hey, you know, today the contact tracers looked at 10,000 people's records, or, you know, for some reason, 1 million's. These are accountability aids that are normally invisible because the data is normally just in the possession of an IT team. Whereas here it's in the possession of a broker whose software we can examine and whose behavior can be tightly limited. So the development team's procedure is to create and publish the source code for the broker. This is just a simple service running in Python or something. They then create and publish a system image to run inside a secure enclave. Microsoft, Google, and Amazon all provide the ability to have virtual servers that run inside enclaves with encrypted RAM. And so this is the key. You've built a simple service in Python that runs inside encrypted RAM. Build the system image that contains the broker and publish that. That can be examined by third parties along with the code in the broker. Put the image hash into the app build configuration and then build and release the app. So the app, because of the way the broker, the trusted processing module works, the app can now put itself in the same situation that Netflix is in with respect to your phone or your PC. The app connects to the broker and demands proof that the broker is running the code whose system image has a particular hash. And if the TPM can't provide that proof, or if the proof turns up and it's unsigned, then the app does not provide the registration information in the first place. So this whole thing does depend on the app. You are still cooperating with the dev team. There's a whole question about whether the code you're running and the code that's published are doing the same thing. And that's a large existing problem that I won't get into other than to say that there has been progress on that during the last 2 years here. But in particular, the broker can be tested directly without relying on the app by anybody with a curl command line utility. This gives rise to a novel disaster recovery procedure. The database must be kept in encrypted RAM, which sounds hard, but it's not, because the apps still need to contact a central service daily to get new blue trace ephemeral identifiers anyway. The blue trace mechanism works by using a new identifier every 15 minutes. The app doesn't have the means to generate those identifiers. It has to contact the backend once a day to get them. So you could easily put that within the broker and indeed secure the system key in the broker and have it provide the registration data as part of its daily poll, which means if there's a disaster and the server sort of disappears for some reason, okay, you're blind for 24 hours. But as apps connect to refetch their new ephemeral IDs, they can also replace their contact data. This means that the recovery is automatic in the event of a total loss. This also drastically simplifies the database. There's no persistent storage. You store entirely within the RAM inside a small number of secure enclaves in hosting providers. Therefore, there's no need for key management for persistent storage, which is a whole area of complexity. There's no need for consensus set evolution. There's no need for storage consensus at all. The nature of the data is such that the latest update wins. You don't need to keep track of, password change attempts or something. Therefore, the redundancy design is simpler, and you don't need DBAs at all. It's not just you don't need to hire them, but they also don't have to do things securely. You just don't have a DBA anymore. So it's not a conventional way to architect the application, but whole categories of problem just disappear, security and operational. Likewise, broker code evolution. If you need to make a new version of the broker, great, you just do it. And you update the apps talk to the new broker, and initially the broker has no data, that's fine. Within 24 hours, the broker is fully populated. As apps have contacted to fetch their ephemeral IDs, they've also updated the contact data. Once all the updates have been taken up, you can then just delete the broker, the old version of the broker, so the data goes away. Likewise, data purge. If a user hasn't collected new ephemeral identifiers for 25 days, then they're already not transmitting because they've got nothing to transmit. Therefore, the broker can delete the data automatically at that point without requiring user action. It's not deleting proximity data at this point, it's deleting the contact and identity data. If it hasn't heard from the phone for 25 days, then fine. Just throw away the registration information. So even if you fail to delete your account before ceasing to use the app, your phone dies, it's stolen or whatever, your data just disappears. And this doesn't require special operations by a human being or by an operations team. It can be built in a few lines of code inside the broker to just throw everything away after 25 days of not hearing from you. And this also means that cleanup of persistent copies is never required because, of course, there are no persistent copies. Accountability, users know straight away if the data is accessed because the broker alerts their phone immediately. So if you're getting an alert that says your data's been accessed and then you don't get a phone call or a text from the contact tracers telling you why, then you might reasonably start asking questions. If many people start getting this sort of thing and start asking each other, then perhaps journalists get involved and the alarm is raised. The publishing of aggregate data is actually only an additional protection. It's not the primary protection mechanism. Useful, but not critical. Non-problems, I won't go in, I'm running out of time. There's a problem with the fact that even though the content of the RAM is encrypted, a malicious service provider could monitor the bus lines between the CPU and the RAM to work out which pages of RAM are being accessed. And Moxie Marlinspike at Signal has demonstrated that in the case of his contact matching for Signal, this presents a threat. And so he's implemented something called oblivious RAM, which means that no matter what operations occurred, the patterns that are visible by someone who's hooked up a device to monitor the bus doesn't actually learn anything. So far as I can tell, that risk doesn't apply here. Incidentally, a lot of this idea comes from Marlinspike's work for Signal. Some outstanding problems. By happy irony, I got sick with COVID in the week that I had planned to actually write the prototype. That was 10 days ago or 2 weeks ago. And therefore I haven't actually written my prototype. I've studied a lot of code, I've designed in detail, I haven't written a line of code. So that's a fairly important outstanding problem. Clearly there are side channel attacks. Granted, the data is encrypted, the risk is quite small, but there are theoretical risks. Once again, Marlinspike has addressed these with the use of LFence and repline. It does mean a change of language. I'm pretty sure this stuff in Python would be a performance disaster. He's working in C or Rust perhaps. There remains a problem with the MOH keys being disclosed or used without authorization. But I'd point out a couple of things. One, it's much easier to protect a key than it is to protect an entire database. In fact, you often have a hardware security module within the MOH environment, the Ministry of Health, for that purpose. And two, of course, abuse would be detected. It's the same thing. If an adversary gets control of the key or the security module which contains the key and begins extracting lots of data from the broker, then all of the affected people will know about it in real time and will start to make noise about it. So and the intruder will know this. So this also tends to disincentivize intruding behavior in the first place. So it's not a perfect solution, but it's a much smaller risk than it looks. My only real next step is to implement a prototype. And that's in fact the end of my presentation. Yeah, there's always echo coming from me when I talk. I don't know why. I'm sorry about that. I'll have a quick look for questions. Oh, there are no questions. How appalling. Really? I've explained the idea so thoroughly that no one has any questions at all. All right, well, we have about 6 minutes, I think, before Thomas has to come on. If anyone does have some questions, do feel free to ask. Yes, Alvin, it is a bit philosophical, but it's and perhaps I should point out a piece of the background, which was that I had firstly, the GovTech team that built Trace Together, it was headed by a former privacy regulator. So the idea of excluding the ID card information, indeed initially excluding phone numbers, was driven by the team. They were not in the category of the Scandinavian country that was going gung-ho for total information awareness. And so I pointed out that there was a way to reduce still further the exposure of this database. And he indicated this was an interesting idea, and so encouraged me to at least make it concrete and propose it. I don't anticipate that they'll implement it anytime soon, because of course they're winding it down. They're preparing to decommission it. But there is an expectation that Trace Together will be used in future epidemics, or indeed in a subsequent wave of this one. We've seen from all the epidemics of the 20th century, the first is 2 years of medical and political struggle, a third year of relative quiet because everything's under control, and then the fourth winter, infections go crazy. And in 2 or 3 of the epidemics of the 20th century, more than half the deaths were in the fourth year. So it's, Trace Together may well be, indeed hopefully is, decommissioned quite soon, but it's not impossible that it will be re-implemented sometime in the next couple of years. But in any event, there will be other epidemics. And so I suspect that the team will be receptive to a technological means to still further reduce their risk. That's not to say they'll actually do it. There's always priorities and costs, but I will certainly be putting it forward, and it seems it'll get a reasonable reception. Francois points out you don't need a secure enclave. Fair enough. I certainly haven't suggested that the secure enclave is the only way to go. I merely point out that it has certain additional strengths. But that's a fair point. I would give some thought to Monero's approach. Further comments or questions, please put them forward. But in any event, we are looking for Thomas and Sankalpa to hopefully join us in a few minutes. Thomas and Sankalpa, are you in the room? You don't seem to be. All right. I will introduce them on spec, and hopefully they will arrive, or maybe it's recorded. Oh, I beg your pardon, it's recorded. But they will be in the room. So, Thomas Steenbergen and Sankalpa Menon. Thomas is the head of open source at Here Technologies, which is an open location platform company enabling people, enterprises, and cities to harness the power of location. Steering member of the European chapter of the To-Do Group and co-founder of the Open Chain Reference Tooling. Where is... We have a formatting problem. And so Sankalpa is a lead software engineer at Here Technologies with almost a decade's experience in open source compliance. In a couple of years as embedded developer, has worked with MNCs, has experience in open source software compliance, process tools, and team management, and a postgrad in science. Okay. They are going to talk to us about improving the security and licensing of your software using the OSS Review Toolkit. So give me a moment to copy the link. And external video.
Welcome to improving the security and licensing of your software using OSS Review Toolkit. My name is Sankalpa Menon and doing this talk together with Thomas Steenbergen. In this presentation, we will show you how we answer the question, which software do you rely on? This question is important as we see more and more supply chain attacks that exploit high impact vulnerabilities. Besides supply chain attacks, we also see sustainability issues, where a single person is the maintainer for a package used by thousands of others. One of the solutions we adopted is to create software bill of material for our software, which you can think of it as an ingredient list on your Coca-Cola bottle.
Software bill of materials are awesome. As ingredient list for your software, they provide you a lot of things you need for compliance. They can also help you draft a unified approach to security in your software supply chain. And if you're buying software, they can help you know which vulnerabilities are in the software that you're about to buy. That said, it may be difficult to draft an SBOM, as software is often complex and not all the package metadata is available. You might also see several false alarms for vulnerabilities for included open source dependencies that you might not even be using. It may also be very time intensive to trace down all the components and to train your developers. Also, opponents of SBOMs have raised questions about the effectiveness of SBOMs in preventing cybersecurity attacks. That said, we believe SBOMs are a step towards transparency and vigilance and can help anyone identify and address risks. One of the tools that you can use to generate a Cyclon or Spdx SBOM for your software is OSS Review Toolkit, or ORT for short, which is an open source project on the Linux Foundation. Besides being able to generate SBOMs, it has many other useful features, which is why we use it and contribute to it. For example, it has a very powerful policy engine that allows you to write licensing, security, or engineering standard checks on your software. Say, for example, if there's a particular license that you don't like to see included in your software, you can have ORT flag it for you. You can also use it to check for security vulnerabilities or to comply with your license obligations. It has built-in support for multiple scanners that you can use to scan the source code of your project or its dependencies for copyrights and licenses. One of those obligations may be that you have to provide a source code bundle. Well, you can use ORT to generate one for you. Overall, ORT has a modular design that makes it easy to integrate and customize it to your needs. Let's now see ORT in action with a little demo. In this demo, we'll show you how you can manually trigger an OSS Review Toolkit scan in Gitlab and how you can integrate it into a Gitlab pipeline file so that whenever you make a code change to your project, an ORT scan will get executed.
For those who are new to OSS Review Toolkit, this is the main code repository. The README of the project shows what does the various ORT components do and how you can install it on your machine. To use ORT in GitLab, we recommend you to use this repository. Following the ORT for GitLab installation instructions, we mirror the GitHub repository in our GitLab account, and it looks like this. For this demo, we are going to scan the fork of a MIME type repository. Once you have ORT for GitLab set up in your local mirror, click Pipelines under CI/CD and click the button Run Pipeline. Once you click it, you would see a page like this. To save some time for this demo, I already pre-filled the values. To do a ORT scan, you have to fill first 5 values, others are optional. The first value is software name, software version, code repository type, code repository URL, and code revision that you would like to scan. Once the values are filled in, scroll all the way down and click on Run Pipeline. I already did this, and here you see what you get when your scan is completed. To see the scan results, click on the ORT scan. Here you see the logs of the scan, and scan results can be found under Job Artifacts. Click on ORT results, and here you would see the various reports generated by ORT scan. For example, the web app report. This report contains all the necessary SBOM information. The first tab contains the license and the package information, the revision, and all the files that have been scanned. The second tab contains the packages, the version, and the license information. You can view it in the tree tab as well. And when you expand it, it would look like this.
If you like ORT to be executed whenever you make a code change to your GitLab code repository, simply add ORT to your GitLab CI YAML file. Add the include statement as shown here. Be sure to update the value for project to the location where you have mirrored the ORT for GitLab code repository in your GitLab account. Next, add an ORT scan job as shown here. In this case, we've configured the ORT scan to be executed in the test stage, and this pipeline defines 3 stages: build, test, and lint. Next, we've configured it to do 2 retries. This is a generic option that GitLab has for all jobs. We do this so basically in case there is a network issue when trying to retrieve a code repository for a dependency, it will do another run of ort scan. So this will help us hopefully to get more successful pipelines. Next, we'll define some variables. You can actually omit these, and ort for GitLab will use default values, but in this case we added them for demo purposes to show what you can do. So here we set the software name for the project in case it's, this is a useful option in case the software name of the project is different than what is defined in the code. Next, we can define the software version, and here we define the code repository to be scanned. Finally, we set the option that ort has to allow dynamic versions to true. Basically, what it does is it allows scanning of projects even if the package manager requires a log file and the log file is missing. Next, we set the license scanning report. For people familiar with GitLab, this is exactly the same how GitLab's own license scanning mechanism works. But in this case, instead of using GitLab's built-in license scanner, we're basically using the results from an ort scan. So let's look how such a pipeline looks like when it's executed. So here you see it, the build test. So dependencies get installed, then they can test it, and here you see an ort scan being executed. Next, you can open the result by right-clicking it. You'll see the logs, and for the results, you can click the browse button and then click on ort results, and then you see the various results files. Now, this might seem like a lot of clicks, but it is. If you run ort for GitLab in a merge request, actually it will automatically add a code comment to the top of the merge request window, and then you have a simple link directly to the ort's results. Now we will show you how you can use OSS Review Toolkit to generate a Cyclon DX or Spdx SBOM in GitLab.
Ort for GitLab generates by default various reports including Cyclon DX and Spdx bomb for your software. Here it can be found bomb.cyclondx.xml, bomb.spdx.json and bomb.spdx.yaml. The report bomb.cyclondx.xml looks like this. And the report bomb.spdx.json looks like this.
Thank you for listening to our talk. If you have any questions or interest in contributing, feel free to chat with us on the ort Slack channel or reach out to us directly.
All right. So
one of the hottest topic is supply chain security and S-bombs. I've been working on S-bomb for quite a while. So it's really funny. Things that we recognized years ago is now all of a sudden like, oh, we do need to fix this. And I'm like, you can't fix this because enterprises are using open source from the community. Community doesn't have the tools, even if they wanted to tell what open source is, what is in there. If the open source community would have those tools and will be able to produce basically what is in there, they will likely get more adoption and therefore by enterprises and thereby more success. But you see, it's like a chicken and egg problem, and this is why we said like we need to break this. So this really motivates me. Like there was a hard problem which was kind of like neglected. The solutions over there were mostly built for lawyers, and then we were like, okay, let's have, I can tell you, we originally thought this was like a 2-year thingy where we like, we can just build this. Yeah, we are now like, and we started in 2016, so 6 years in. I can tell you the intersection between basically business, technology, and legal is a very complicated one. So software developers, and I am my software developer myself from origin, we think in binary, true and false. With lawyers, it's like there's a 0 and there's a 1, and there's lots of decimals in between. That's how you have to think about it.
It's a sort of Meng spoke is that is city law language, which is for representing contracts and regulations. And so his introduction to this was a specific court case he was involved in, where he, as an engineer, was working with the lawyers, trying to work through all of the contingencies, and because we think in terms of threats and vulnerabilities and so forth, and just kept again and again and again hitting. It depends what the judge says.
Yeah,
like no, that's not. We can't engineer on that basis. Yeah, they're different worlds. I work in privacy. I have absolutely the same thing, but the way you think to deal with privacy risk is very different to the way you think to deal with access control, for example. So I think it's a 6-year overnight success.
We're still not done. So what basically has happened basically on the enterprise side, we were unhappy. Funny enough, we stumbled on a problem. Other open source programs offices. So this tool is basically, it's not that we're selling it or anything. This is basically open source offices. So users, so it's open source offices. It's also foundations. It's also a lot of other people in the community that basically are scratching their own itch and basically say, we need something for this. There's nothing on the market. Let's just build something together. But I said, this is the tricky thing is it's very complicated. And at the beginning, people were like, oh, we're just going to do what most things do. They do a little project and then they realize how complicated it is and they stop. This is why you find lots of projects that die in this space. Fortunate enough, we had we have persevered and we have lots of support from again, I was talking about the lawyers, but we have lots of lawyers that are supporting us. We have lots of the foundations have been helping us. So we moved in 2019 to the Linux Foundation, but also the Eclipse Foundation has been great helping us. So. Again, it takes quite some perseverance, and now we're trying to say like, hey, we're not yet there yet. We're still building all the things that need to be supported. In the end, what we want to do with this tool is kind of build it kind of like I don't know if people are familiar with VideoLAN or VLC media player. This is like a media player where you can just install it on any platform. You can just tuck any file at it and it will play it. We're hoping that eventually we can get to the SIM space that you can just take any project and just toss it in there. I'll give people the link if.
It's worth pointing out that the lead developer for VLC is in the room.
I love it. I really big love to shout out. I made some donations personally to VideoLAN. It's one of my favorite players, and that was kind of also my inspiration because I think that project started at a French university, and I think also kind of got out of hand. But it's an amazing. Props to them. It's an amazing tool. So that was also a really motivation.
Expected VLC to become his career. How about you, Sankalpa? What are your motivations in your work? What brings you to this?
So the motivation for me is is the freedom that open source gives. So I personally is a fan of learning new things, learning new capabilities for my career. So it gives a lot of opportunity and to contribute, to learn new things, learn and implement it at the same time. So yeah, that's my motivation.
Yeah, so it's quite funny. It's like I basically was hiring, and I said I found Songhalpa via basically my open source network. So it really, so like I haven't, again, I work with people from Microsoft and GitHub, basically on the Seattle side, US side, to basically like the Toyotas in Japan or the LGs or the Samsungs in Korea. And the world that I'm part of, like the license compliance things, is actually kind of, it's really global, and it's actually a relatively small world because there's only a few tens of people that are nuts enough to dabble in it. And yeah, so it's funny how you learn people, you meet people, and then you figure out like, oh, actually we have the same challenges. Can we not work together? So it just, I said, by coincidence, I met a friend of Songhalpa at a conference. We got to chat off, and he pinged me on LinkedIn years later to basically like, Thomas, I like what you're doing. Can we chat? And that's basically got the ball rolling. And they're like, oh yeah, I know Songhalpa as well. And so you see, it's a big world, and there's lots of nasty things in this world, but also lots of good things that happen where people still are meeting and being able to do great stuff and make this world a little bit better, basically.
And it's intriguing that there are overlaps in our motivations as well. You're hearing Songhalpa's response was sort of thought back to my own initial exposure, which was right about the time Linux was created. Let's not get into when that was. But the fact that at the time, the only options in open source were 386 BSD, which gave rise to BSD 386 and NetBSD and OpenBSD and FreeBSD, and Linux, and they both happened at about the same time. But prior to those occurring, if you wanted to use Unix, which I love using, it was an entirely different animal to DOS or Windows, you basically had to be working at a corporation or university that could afford an AT&T license. Those were not cheap licenses. I don't think they were $100,000, but they certainly weren't one. They were sort of tens of. And so it was a world-changing event that Jolets and Torvalds, in different ways, brought their sort of free-of-charge open-source operating systems for running on PCs into the world about the same time. And that suddenly meant, yeah, I could do stuff that was otherwise impossible. So interesting to hear more or less similar answers to motivation for others.
And it's so funny, because we now kind of created a platform, a layer that was missing, and now I see other initiatives that are starting to build on top of this. So they are basically like, oh, hang on, finally we can do other things because, hey, we now have an open source project that does that. And we're like, oh, we never envisioned that. Okay, yeah, technically you could do that, but that was not how we designed it. But this is the fun thing about open source. You never know how the thing will develop that you put in the world, or what people will do with it.
The fact that people are building on top is a strong signal that you're doing something worthwhile. Anyway, I think it's time to bring our next speaker on board and go through the same technical dance I just did with yourselves. Thank you both so much. I don't think we had any other questions at this point.
You're welcome.
I think you've made Francois' evening. Hearing about awesome BLCs. So many thanks. Please stay for the rest of the security and privacy track. There are other interesting speakers. Right.
Thank you,
Harish. Thank you, guys. Harish, would you like to turn your camera on? And unmute your microphone when you're ready.
Hi, Roland. This is Harish.
Okay, you've got your microphone, camera.
Yeah, hang on a second. Let me make sure I got the right
While you're doing that, let me. We have the shortest bio in the entire program. Engineer, software, hardware, public policy on technology, ethics in tech usage, first foray into free software in 1986. It's a very concise bio. Harish is modest. He is, along with me, part of the council or the committee for the Singapore chapter of the Internet Society. He's a tech lead for Red Hat in Asia, fellow member of the Singapore Amateur Radio Transmitting Society. Cool sign in the name, I notice. variety of other involvements in open source software. So
just checking, we're starting at the bottom of the hour, right?
yeah, I just
Okay.
how are you going with your camera?
No, it's not picking up my virtual camera, so that's why I thought I should reconnect.
All right. Hey, carry on. I will find some around with that. Thank you, Nico. Hang on, let me grab that question to dump it into the archive. Okay. All right. Okay, so while we wait for Harish to battle with the technology, corporate who cares about licensing, usually using proprietary paid software. There's actually, I meant to mention it actually while they were on screen. There's a couple of situations where licensing matters for open source, and a really big one is a FERO. So any SaaS vendor will have a reason for not using software under a FERO license, and I routinely see in contracts and in security reviews from customers requirements that we as a service, this is my day job to talk about, we as a service provider assert that we do not use anything under a FERO license. So there's, even with a very largely open source environment, there are situations where you've got customers who are themselves corporations who will impose limits on you about the use of open source software that creates under licenses that create problems. So it's a legitimate. Oh, sorry, Harish. There's some very real questions to answer. Okay, I've unlocked Harish. I'll make Harish the presenter because I don't need to present anything. Give me anything else? I think that should be enough. So Harish, you're unlocked and you are a presenter. The room awaits. Aha!
There you go.
Success. We can see you. We can hear you.
Success.
And how are you going to present? Screen share?
No, I'm going to the video.
Oh, upload? Okay. Oh, just video?
Yeah.
All right. In that case, let me change the.
I'm on OBS, so it's doing everything from there.
Excellent. In that case, we'll make a layout change. We have a layout specifically for that purpose. Ta-da! All right. It has passed 30 minutes past the hour, so the floor is yours. Take it away.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Roland, and thank you, the team at FOSSASIA. It's always a delight to be here, to be able to meet with you virtually the last couple of years, but hopefully next year will be in person, as we all are hoping for all this while. So today I'm going to be talking about a piece of technology which I think deserves a lot more awareness and rollout and usage. And it is something called WireGuard. And let me walk you through what this is really all about, and so that you can have a sense of where I'm coming from. So the title of this talk was Securing the World with WireGuard. That's a very noble statement to make because the world has been secured in many different ways by different technologies. And so this is yet another one. And you may be wondering, why on earth do we need yet another one? But let me walk you through the thinking behind this, and I feel that that might help you understand where I'm coming from as far as this technology is concerned. So at the start, let me just point out a bit of a history. It's an incomplete history of VPNs, because what I want to do is to showcase the fact that we have a fairly long history of technology in the VPN space. But the length of the technology in terms of the history is it goes back to about 1990, 1991. And the very first one was something called SWIP or SWIPE, done by a person from Colombia, John Ioannidis, and a bunch of people from AT&T. You know, one of the things that I'll make a side remark here is that when someone works in an open source project, the person's name gets associated with it. When you come from a corporation, it's nameless, which is very sad because, you know, it is technology that somebody spent time building it. But never mind. So in '93 that was done. It was not really a production version product or anything of that nature. In '94, something else was created called IPsec, and it was done by a gentleman by the name of Wei Zhu. He was with the U.S. Naval Academy, and he also was chartered by the National Research Foundation and the White House to create something from a security point of view. And he was the one who was the prime lead for IPsec. Following that, the subsequent years of the different projects, as you can see, there's a whole long list of projects that have been going through motion. Like, for example, Free Swan, which was essentially built by John Gilmore in the early days, and that project kind of like forked out into multiple different projects: Open Swan, Libre Swan, Strong Swan, and so on. But they're all based on the IPsec specs, which was designed and crafted by Wei Zhu in 1994. In 1997, there was another project called TINC, or TINT, whichever way you want to pronounce it. It's based on SSL and TLC, TLS, not TLC. There should be a typo there. It is actually an interesting project, I must say. I mean, I have always wanted to try and deploy that for my purposes, but I never quite got around to doing it well enough. And I think it has some nice ideas behind how you do mesh networking and so on. So I'm kind of keen to explore that in future. S-Tunnel, PPTP, L2TP, OpenVPN, these all came after all of these. And OpenVPN seems to be kind of one of the more widespread VPN technology being used around the world for all kinds of stuff. I mean, for example, as you can see, I'm from Red Hat. And in Red Hat, our VPN access is via OpenVPN. And that's the way it should be. It's an open source company. But it's built on OpenSSL with authentication, encryption, and all these things are built in. And you can either do TCP or UDP and so on. In 2012, there was another project that was initiated called Shadow SOCs. This was primarily built so that the users can then bypass the GFWC. I'm not going to explain what that means, but those of you who know will understand what I'm trying to say. It is an interesting project, and I haven't had a need to use it myself, but I think that's a valid use case scenario if you want to bypass certain kinds of restrictions. So with all these VPNs out there, do these work as advertised? Does it solve the problem of a virtual network that you can connect to securely and no one can sniff your traffic and then try and decode what it is and so on and so forth? The answer is yes, you can, and it works extremely well. Definitely. I mean, if it didn't work, I mean, all these efforts out there and all the different VPN solutions out there, including the proprietary ones, okay, would not have been a rolled out in the manner it has rolled out. Now, the challenge with all these existing VPN tools is that setting it up is the hard part and getting it right on the first try. In other words, from an administrator's perspective, it is actually not a trivial thing to do. It's very, there's a lot of bells and whistles and tweaks and options and so on to consider to get something going correctly. Some of these VPN solutions, when it fails to block instead of fail to open. Because fail to open means forget about it. I mean, you did wrong, so you should fail to block or fail to When it fails, it should be blocking everything. But the challenge is, as an administrator, this is a lot of work, and you need to have certain kinds of skill sets. You need to go for the necessary training so you understand what the nuances are and so on. But from a consumer perspective, from an end user perspective, that part has been essentially taken care of. So it is a two-part story, right? You have the server side, the administrator setting it up, and then you as an end user using it. But all of these tools comprise hundreds of thousands of lines of code. And some of these projects do not, we're not even counting the libraries that they require to use. So if you discount the libraries, the projects themselves are in the hundreds of thousands of lines of code. You try and read the code for something from a security point of view that is that long, and that is such a huge corpus of code. It's a non-trivial exercise. It's a very difficult thing to do. Doable, but it's difficult to do. Now, meanwhile, while all of these VPNs were being set up in 1995, that's 27 years ago, for those of you who want to keep in count, and in this place called Finland. Finland is where Linux came from, right? But it is not Linus in this particular case. In the case, this is a gentleman by the name of Tatu Yonen, who introduced SSH. I remember first using SSH at the Apricot conference here in Singapore in 1996, where we were providing a terminal room for people who were participating so that they can check their email and all that. And we have to remove the telnet that was available there and put in SSH. And I thought this was just a brilliant piece of technology. But today, SSH is what you will do to securely and trivially, essentially, to access your systems from anywhere. So if I already have SSH to access my systems and so on, why do I need a VPN? Or is SSH a special type of a VPN? So, when quite a few of you on this, attending this conference and around the world also would be, when you were setting up a server for that matter, or a laptop, or whichever system you're setting up, your Raspberry Pi and so on, one of the things that you would normally do is to enable remote access via SSH. Whether it is through port 22 or some other port that you define, you would do that because you want to be able to get to the system remotely at some point in time. And so the best way to do that is to set it up such that there is remote access capability. And SSH is the way to do it. Why won't you then set up a VPN to do the same thing instead of SSH? Because both give you the same capability, remote access, in a secure fashion. Why not VPN or any of the VPNs that I listed earlier? Instead, you're going with SSH. Why would that be? It's because of simplicity. Because all the other VPN technologies are well-designed, very complex, all kinds of bells and whistles, all kinds of capabilities it's trying to address and offer. They are not non-trivial. They are not simple enough to deploy as a end user kind of thing. So simplicity is a reason why you use SSH today. And another one that is increasingly important, and the speakers today and yesterday were speaking about auditability of code, making sure your supply chain of code, your software bill of material it's known, what it is. How do I then audit this code that you're going to be deploying in wherever you're going to be deploying? The smaller the footprint of the code, the bulk of the code, the smaller it is, the fewer lines there are, the better it is for you to assess and understand what needs to be done from an auditability perspective, to be able to find loopholes and so on and so forth. So auditability is a very important thing. It's especially so when you're dealing with things like VPNs. You need to be able to audit the code. Not you yourself as an individual. You could somebody to provide the service that audits the code and then publishes the result and say this is the level of our audit, and these parts of the code has successfully completed it. These don't, these fail, and so on, and then let the authors or whoever it is to manage that. I do would like to ask the question: how many of the proprietary software vendors who provide VPNs have their code audited? I don't know. It's a question I'm asking. If you know it, put it in the chat if you know. But I don't think anyone has. They may claim, but I don't. I wouldn't take the trust of that one. Now, Let me then switch a little bit. If you have had to set up HTTPS site, the secure sites for your web server, for example, it was a very, very painful process. It was a lot of work you have to do. There's money you have to pay. You have to get this certificate done. You have to do the signing, and so on and so on and so on. So much so that it was having an HTTPS site was a kind of a privilege, because it does cost money, and also it takes a lot of effort. But what has happened here is, in one fell swoop, what happened is, Let's Encrypt completely simplified that setup, and today it is a no-brainer because it is so easy to do. It's essentially, for all ends and purposes, it's one click away, and you get your SSL certificate done, your web server set up correctly, and off you go. And today, if I recall correctly, looking at the statistics, before Let's Encrypt was even available, on the average, there was about 25 to 30% of websites or on the internet were with a certificate, a signed SSL certificate. Today, it is close to 95%, and the bulk of it is coming from Let's Encrypt, which is a phenomenal impact on safety and security on the internet. And I was just visiting the website this morning, and Let's Encrypt says they have 260 million sites that are using their certificates. That's just mind-blowing, and it's just a fantastic project that needs to be lauded. And if you can, it's a picture. If you can, please support them by donating to the project. It's an extremely worthwhile project. So, what would you say, if you could do the same thing, same kind of setting up of a VPN, but with the ease of how you can set up Let's Encrypt for your HTTPS services of your website? If you could do that, what would it be? Would you want to do that? Because once you can do that kind of stuff for a VPN, then by default, everybody gets to be on a secure network all the time. It's not when you select it to be. So here I offer Jason Donenfield's WireGuard. Jason is the author of WireGuard, and I kudos to him. I think he's done a fantastic job. If you want to learn more about how he came about to do this and understand his thinking behind it, I would highly encourage you to watch a lot of the presentation he has done. He's an extremely impassioned speaker, and it's got good information to share and so on. So I would highly encourage you to do so. But again, why WireGuard? Why not any of the others that we saw earlier? Yeah, I think that you asked. So consider this. This is actually a screenshot, two screenshots from a speech, a talk that Jason did at Black Hat in 2018. I just took two screenshots, which I thought was interesting and telling. He was highlighting the fact that in OpenVPN, on the slide, on the shot on the left, OpenVPN has approximately 120,000 lines of code, and then you have to add OpenSSL to it in order to figure out and make OpenVPN work. Strong Swan requires 405 lines of code, almost 406,000 lines of code, plus XFRM. And XFRM itself is 119,000 lines of code. Soft Ether is 329 lines of code, 1,000 lines of code. And if on this day at Black Hat 2018, he was saying that WireGuard is just about 3,700 lines of code. I think today, maybe with plus and minus, is about 4,000 lines of code. That's two factors of size lower than any of these guys. This is in the thousands range. These are in the hundreds of thousands range. It's a huge difference. And he put in another slide as well that has got three large circles and a tiny little circle. This is like looking at the planets, right? So you have Jupiter and Mars and Venus, and then you have poor little Earth in the corner there, a tiny little guy. And if you look at it from a different perspective, using a different terminology, the area of exposure, the surface area of exposure, is very large. If you look at the IPsec components, it's almost 420,000 lines of code. Soft Ether is almost 330,000 lines of code. OpenVPN and then you have WireGuard, which is tiny, relatively speaking, 2 orders of magnitude smaller. This is the URL that you can go to and watch it, but you can just search for Donald Field's Black Hat talk in 2018. That'd be good enough. So WireGuard, okay, why again WireGuard? It's the simplicity of SSH. What do I mean by the simplicity of SSH? It uses the same idea of an SSH where you have a public key and a private key, and then when you make a connection, the key exchange happens, you secure, and then off you go. Nothing else to do. No secondary checking with an LDAP server. You can, but you don't have to, and so on and so forth. So there's a whole bunch of things that gives SSH provides and has proven to work for all of us. Why can't we do the same thing for VPNs? WireGuard is based on UDP, and that is very important because UDP essentially is connectionless, so you're not running TCP from that perspective. And so you can be in a stealth mode constantly. Nobody knows that you're in the network at all. Think about it. That's actually quite interesting. And there's a backstory to this, and I will leave you, it's a homework for you to go and read about why Jason did build WireGuard. The initial project I was working on was something different, but why he did that, you'll find out very soon when you listen to his talks. Every node in the WireGuard network is a peer. So I'm a peer to another peer, and we are all peers. There isn't a server, so to speak. Like in a SSH environment, there is a server that you connect to as a client, and there will be another server you connect to as another client. And so what happens in that scenario is that you have a servant-client relationship. In this particular instance, in the case of WireGuard, everybody is a peer. But you might and want to sometimes assign a peer to be a controlling server, a controlling peer, a controlling server, because sometimes what you want to do is to be able to have one central entity that you control to be able to dish out all the WireGuard configurations and so on to all the different layers. The design, again, of WireGuard is not to get into that part of the story. In other words, the distribution of keys, distribution of access control, not to do that, and just keep it very simple, to the point. Let other people add stuff on top of it. So that's what I'm going to be hoping to show you in the talk in a short while. Make sure I got the right time. Yeah. And as of the Linux kernel version 5.10, WireGuard was built into the kernel already. So you today have the ability to do built-in VPN setups in the Linux kernel. And because it's such a good idea, there's a lot of people that have started to adopt it. They now have made user space implementations of WireGuard for all the other operating systems, for the Mac, for all the other the Windows of the world, and so on, and even including mobile phones. So on an Android phone, you have, because it's all inside the kernel already, you can actually easily set up and connect to another WireGuard network trivially. You can also, of course, run it on a Raspberry Pi. You can run your server on a Raspberry Pi and then use that as a way to dish out different connections to everybody that you want to get into. So what I'll do now is to do a quick demo. And I know demos are a bad thing to do, but I will just show. I'm not actually doing a demo per se, but I'm going to show you something regarding how I set up a system that's already running with make sure I get the right one here. Well, as obviously I'm getting the wrong. Okay, never mind. Okay. What I will do now is I'm going to just, hang on a second, let me just get to that one. Where's that? Okay. This one. This one. Okay. Let's see if we get the right one here. All right, so I am going to log into a system, and this is I'll explain what the system is. Okay, let me just here move this down. Okay, this is a virtual machine that is running Debian. Debian 11, the bullseye version. And what I have done is to set up using the PyVPN scripts. The reason I wanted to show a Debian installation of PyVPN scripts is because PyVPN is targeted at creating a open VPN plus a WireGuard VPN on a Raspberry Pi. But it's a bunch of scripts and it works pretty much anywhere. So I wanted to show that you can do the same thing with a Debian installation. So this Debian that is running on this this computer that I have, is in a virtual machine sitting on a CentOS. As I note here, it's a CentOS 8 Stream 8 system, which is running on an Intel NUC server. And so this machine, the first VM is a Debian 11. And it's running PyVPN, which is scripts from pyvpn.io. It's actually very straightforward. I was very impressed with how quickly I could get the thing moving and set up. And so let me just show what is currently running on that system. Let me see. I will. Okay, the command that you want to use is a command line tool. So bear with me on this. PyVPN. It lists you all the capable stuff you want to do that with this particular tool. So I have already set it up previously. So I'm just going to say I want to list all the users of this particular VPN. So I just PyVPN, and it tells me these are all the various user names, the client names, and the public key of each of the clients, and when was it created, and so on. And also you can, I can, for example, right now provision a brand new user. I can add a new user as a PyVPN-A, and let's call it FOSSASIA. And now it's generated a key. This is it. What's the next thing I have to do? I have to provide the configuration information to whoever it is that I'm going to be sharing this out to. One way to do it, and you are going to be able to do it right now if you want to, but I hope that you won't abuse the system by using this. Let me just do this, PyVPN -QR. I'm going to generate the QR code for this particular client that I've just set up. So it says, I type in PyVPN -QR, and it's number 12, FOSSASIA, and a QR code shows up. Let's make it a bit smaller. So this is the client for, if you were to scan this in using a tool on your mobile phone, you should be able to then connect to this server and then connect to my server, and then from there get up to the internet. So I'm basically, in this particular setup, what I've done is incoming request from the internet comes into this virtual machine that is sitting on a server, and then traffic then automatically is sent out to the internet itself. So this way, anyone, anywhere, if they connect to this VPN server, will seem to be coming out of a Singapore IP. There you go, job done. See how easily I can just do this. So this is, to me, phenomenal. I mean, it just blew my mind when I saw that being able to be done. The other one that I want to just, I think in interest of time, I'm not going to show the Fedora 35 one, which is on the second VM. But what I would like to do is to show how I have connected to this particular device, this particular PyVPN server. So let me just...
That we have to get into bringing the next guy online, whether you might want to address questions instead.
Okay, let me just, okay, that's fine. I'll skip this part because this is just to show how I can use the phone to do the same thing. But suffice to say, I think I'll more than happy to show that later. Let me just move on from here. One more thing that I would just want to talk about is, there are a few considerations for you. Why did I choose to go down this path? Every WireGuard is a node is a peer, and the peer-to-peer network is what I'm interested in. But it's sometimes difficult to set up all of these things on a peer-to-peer basis. So you need some kind of a coordination server. The coordination server, I would prefer to run it myself instead of letting it be run by somebody else. And so FireZone, PyVPN, helped me to achieve that. There is another tool of a service provider called Tailscale, which does a phenomenal job. I mean, kudos to them. They've done a fantastic job. The challenge I have with that is that while their end client code is open source, their coordination server, or the server that does all this handshaking, is proprietary and it's not open, and it's not yet. So I'm one of the person who prepared to pay for a service if I know that if at some point if the service disappears, I at least can run the service for myself. The last one, number 5, is zero tier. Is another solution which works, but it doesn't implement WireGuard. It does it in a slightly different way. It's actually a very clever solution, and I do use it as well for some of my installations. But these are some of the considerations you have. And with that, I say thank you very much, and I'll try and take questions after this. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, Harish. We're now a bit tight for time, so if you don't mind, I'll get Vittorio started. Vittorio, you're unlocked. You should be able to see a button at the bottom of your screen that looks like a pair of headphones. If you click on it, there should be an option to enable your microphone. While he's doing that, hopefully, cool, questions. So, I think you actually answered the first one from Nico, which was which other VPN solutions are there that are easy to set up and open source apart from SSH? And the answer is WireGuard. Okay, so let's move on. I have a particular question about access brokers versus VPNs rather than about WireGuard specifically, but when we first yield to somebody else from Vibev, is WireGuard better than other VPNs? I feel you sort of answered that.
Well, it's not a better or worse. They are all good enough. My question here is, like I said at one of the slides, I said it's a matter of the administrator's perspective from a setup point of view. It's not a consumer end of point perspective. It's from the consumer perspective. What can you do? Is it easy for me to set it up? And I feel WireGuard removes all the barriers, like how Let's Encrypt does for setting up HTTPS. There's another thing you need to think about as well. If a business says, "Hey, yeah, connect to me. I don't have logs of the VPN connections," unless you can verify it for yourself, you have to take their word for it. It's as basic as that. So I would say that even though they may say we are nobody can look at the logs of our VPN connections coming from you as a customer. Yeah, take it with a pinch of salt.
That I think it's more than that. I had the impression there's reason to believe that a large number of the VPN providers you'll find are in fact funded and operated by organizations with nefarious intent. I think it's beyond just you're taking a risk. I think it's actually
we won't know those things until something happens. So that's the thing.
Well, but it's stronger than that. There's certainly evidence floating around that a couple of dozen of the more popular VPN providers are in fact run by one particular government.
That's true. That is true.
And so it's not just taking a bit of a risk. In fact, you are almost certainly shooting yourself in the foot with most of them.
Yeah.
My concern, Vittorio's not having much luck. Vittorio, if you can hear me, do please turn your camera on. My concern was I'll make it present as well. The concept of VPNs in the first place. Aha, success. Now, Vittorio, your other problem is going to be the microphone. Towards the bottom of the window, you should see a headphone button. If you click on it, you'll get an option to enable your microphone. Oh, I think you might have succeeded. Can you speak? No? All right, keep trying. You muted again. I'll ask Harish my question, though. It's this. There's a critique, and this is largely from the Zero Trust networking crowd, that VPNs expose too much attack surface. That they're really indiscriminate. So yes, they are default closed at the level of the public side, but once you're inside, you're in the sort of hard shell, soft, delicious innards security model. I know that the access brokers are not yet anywhere near as mature, but have you given this any thought? Is it something you've encountered?
Yeah, I think the problem is it's not easy. There's no easy solution to any of this. That's really, I mean, honestly, there isn't one. So,
that's really
to be aware of. I mean, the question is, kudos to you for raising it, because this is a question everybody has to ask as many times as possible to get a sense of where your exposures are. So sometimes you are willing to take a certain exposure, and other times this is not acceptable, and then you have to then mitigate for that. And so that's really not knowing and going into blindly is the problem.
Absolutely. Always worth being aware. Harish, thank you as ever. I will now we'll move on, and I'll introduce Vittorio briefly and then ask him to carry on. So Vittorio is from
WireGuard over packet radio. Why not? Why not?
Not right. Let's do that, but not tonight. Vittorio, born in 1974, engineer, deals with the internet in all of its aspects: technical, business, social, political. He's an entrepreneur, writer, activist, and developer. Currently works for Open Exchange, makers of Dovecot and PowerDNS, and a global leader in free software applications. I'm sure there was one other highlight I wanted to talk about, and that's why he's here. The coordinates company's policy and community activities, showing up in the European Parliament, the IETF, to argue for an open, safe, and decentralized internet. And that's sort of why you're here, to talk about digital sovereignty and platform regulation in Europe. But the key relevance to FOSSASIA, of course, us not being in Europe, is that legislators and regulators around the world tend to take a steer from European legislators and regulators. And so I'm interested to hear sort of where you're at. I know that there's been recent progress on DMA, but I think the primary interest for this audience is probably the tail end is, and therefore what it means for, or might mean for, Asia is. So that's what I'll be paying keen attention for. In the meantime, thank you for joining us. Please take it away.
Thank you. I'm sorry for. Normally I'm based in Italy, but today I am in Washington DC. So I hope the connection is fine. Can you see my slides? I think I can.
Thank you. My apologies. I have to make a layout change because you have slides in the usual place. One moment.
Yeah, I just uploaded them. Sorry. Okay.
There we go. That's see them.
So thank you for the introduction. Yes, I mean, this is a presentation that I've been giving sometimes in Europe, especially at FOSDEM, but I really wanted to share it with an Asian audience because, of course, this could be the example of what would happen in several Asian countries and other countries of the world in terms of regulation for the digital platforms. And so I will briefly recap. First of all, why is Europe acting? So what's the problem that Europe is trying to address? And then how? So which regulatory items are coming? And then maybe we can have a discussion and see if we have questions. So, well, who am I? You already introduced me. I'm working for an open source company where possibly people know Dovecot, which is our best known product and the most widely used IMAP server in the world, or PowerDNS. So let's get into, well, what I call Hotel California. Hotel California is basically the current situation in most of our online digital services and devices, in which we, at least, I mean, with the exception of China, of course, but in the rest of the world, especially in Europe, we are mostly stuck with the services offered by very few companies. And so this is the scenario in financial terms. I mean, this is what I now updated it, but basically it never happened before in the history of the world that we had 5 tech companies being the 5 biggest ones. Now there's been some change. I mean, Facebook has become Meta, has lost some value, but I mean, the biggest of these companies now is Apple. Their market cap is almost $3 trillion, which is basically France's GDP. So even in European terms, some of these companies are becoming as big as the biggest European countries. And so this was a call to action because this implies a lot more. So, for example, in the smartphone market, I mean, there's been a lot of consolidation, and nowadays, if you get a smartphone, basically it's the operating system is made by one of the 2 of these companies. You can just choose between 2. And even the apps, as you see, for example, the social and messaging apps are very consolidated into the hands of basically a single company. And the same with the cloud. I mean, the move to the cloud has also been consolidating the internet and the market for internet services a lot. Well, we have some Chinese companies in this space, but again, the biggest ones are the American ones, and together they basically have most of the market, and it's getting worse. The market is getting more and more consolidated. And so the same for, I mean, for revenues. One of the issues that Europe is trying to address is taxation. There is the perception that these companies do not pay enough taxes in the places where they make business in European countries. And in fact, I mean, this was analysis that was made on Google revenues, but you could do the same with other companies. I mean, these companies tend to, I mean, invoice your revenues from a different country and then move basically the biggest chunk of the invoices into international places, sometimes tax havens, sometimes simply their home country. And so what gets taxed in the local country is really a limited amount. And all governments, of course, in Europe are absolutely not happy about this. And then there's more. I mean, you do see that this has an effect in terms of wealth transfer. So there is a general concern that the digital market is now basically a way to transfer wealth out of Europe into, well, in this case, the US, but could be China. But in general, countries that are outside of of Europe. And so there is a concern. I mean, how can we keep this wealth here, keep the wealth local, keep the growth local, the jobs, and make it so that we can, as Europeans, we can use more and more European services. Not because we dislike the Americans, but because we need to grow our own internet market and services. And so you see this transfer wealth. I mean, this is one of possible anecdotal indicator, but you see the value of houses going up by 2.5 times in 7 years in San Francisco. It's really a sign of movement of wealth across the planet. So this is what I call Hotel California, because these are services where you can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. So these are services in which you get into the services, you start using whatever, WhatsApp, Google, one of the Google services, whatever. And then it's very hard to switch to another one. And so you are locked in. And there are a number of devices that are used. And basically the assessment in Europe is that these are devices that trump competition, I mean, that hamper competition and impede a fair chance for European companies to compete for these markets. And there are several ways to show this, but the example I like to make is the comparison between the original internet services like email or the web and the most current services. I mean, so email, for example, is a fully compatible interoperable service, which means that you can get your email address and your email service from any provider, and you will be able to exchange email with any other user of any other provider anywhere in the world. So there's just one email service. You can get it from different providers, but it's just one global service. And this makes it easy for people to offer email services. The standards are open. There are many free software implementations, so anyone can just run their own email server and immediately be connected to the rest of the planet, with some issues sometimes. But in general, it's very easy to compete for email services if you want to compete on email services. Well, on the other hand, the newer services were not made this way. So we have what we call siloed services, and instant messaging is a good example, because in theory it works exactly like email. There's not a lot of difference conceptually and even technically between email and instant messaging. But the way the market has developed is very different, because here services were in more recent times, where venture capitalists and dreams to conquer the world were involved. I mean, these services were developed as walled gardens. So if you get a WhatsApp account, you can only exchange messages with other WhatsApp users. You cannot exchange messages with Telegram users or with Skype users, with Line users, with whatever. And so you are locked in. You need, as a user, to install each and every application and have an account on each and every service if you need to communicate with people in different services, which is an inconvenience. You don't know which application you're using to talk to whom. And you cannot really move, because if you move, you lose your contacts. If someone comes up with a new brilliant application, including an open source one, and maybe it's better than the previous ones, but if you move to it, then you don't have anyone to talk with. And so this makes it very difficult to switch to a different instant messaging application. Not impossible, but very difficult. It's a big barrier to competition. And also, in general, these are closed deployment, so there's no openness. Sometimes the standards are open, but the deployment is closed. You're not allowed to interoperate. And there's other tactics that are used also by these companies to establish this domination, and that are now addressed by Europe. And the one is bundling. This is very typical. You get one service, you get the mobile operating system, and you already get the apps from the same maker pre-installed, and they work better than the others because they have better access to the operating system, and they are selected by default and so on. And if you want to use one service, you have to use the others. In some cases of the e-commerce platforms with Amazon, it used to be like that, or in general with Apple. If you use Apple's, if you want to distribute an app on Apple, you have to use their App Store, and you have to use their payment system and pay a 30% commission. So this is where basically the result. It's a system that gives control to these companies, sometimes not just to these companies, but to the government that has the authority to control these companies because they are based there, as we saw in the Google Huawei case. And so this is a concern, a geopolitical concern for Europe. And in the last few years, we've seen activism by the European Commission to address this situation. And the last danger that I wanted to mention that now I'm seeing is that now these companies are building what I call the Internet of other people's things, because we are filling our homes with devices, even the computers, the mobile phones, but then also the IoT devices, the smart TVs, whatever. All these devices now encrypt everything, which is a good thing for privacy, of course. But it means that you as a user don't know what's going on. You do not have any way to control the flow of traffic, which starts from one of these devices or from one of the apps on your mobile phone and goes directly to the cloud, to the server of the maker. And so I mean, you have to trust these companies. They could gather any data on you. They could actually spy on you if they wanted. And there's no way you can check, evaluate, or stop this. So encryption is being used as a form of control, to move points of control, traditional ones from the ISPs, the governments that used to block stuff and whatever. Maybe it's better if they don't do it. But on the other hand, now control is fully into the hands of the makers of these devices and services. And so this is also a big concern now. And so in general, this is not a problem just about money and competition. It's much more than that. So the concern about the big platforms is also about other things which are not related to making money or taxation or so. And it's really about surveillance and privacy, as I was saying. It's about political power. It's about national security. I have some examples here. So in general, all these things were, I mean, for example, when President Trump was censored by Twitter, Merkel, the chancellor of Germany, was concerned. She made a concerned declaration, not because she liked Trump, but because she was concerned about basically a sitting U.S. president being censored by a private company. So this kind of struggle of power is what also concerns the Europeans. And there's all the discussion, for example, about the U.S. Cloud Act, which allows U.S. companies to access the information of private citizens anywhere in the world. So this is how Europe has been responding. This concept of digital sovereignty has been developing in the last few years, say 2 or 3 years, is now generally accepted, but we are not really completely sure what it means. It's still under development. There are two main meanings under the idea of digital sovereignty. One is more like digital autonomy. It's about becoming self-sufficient so that you do not depend on foreign products. Whatever may happen in the future, any kind of geopolitical tension or even commercial tension, or even just one of these companies deciding that they don't want to make business in Europe anymore for whatever reason, you must be able to survive. So even if tomorrow Google became unavailable, then Europe cannot stop. The economy, the society cannot stop. And so you need to have alternatives. And so this is mostly about developing local know-how, a local industry, economy, and being able to be autonomous. Another part of this concept is really about sovereignty. The autonomy one is more German. The sovereignty one is more French. The sovereignty part is about enforcing rules for internet services. So being able to basically tell these companies what they have to do in a number of public policy relevant issues, like content moderation or whatever. So of course there's also taxation, but in general it's about ensuring that you as a country have control over the use of the internet by your citizens and in your internet market. And together these two sides form the European digital sovereignty concept. And so where open source is into this, open source is actually the subject of a lot of promotion, at least in words, not always in facts. But in Europe, in the last few years, we've seen multiplying calls for adopting open source, promoting open source, and in public procurement and so on. And this is because this is really interesting. I think it's also interesting for several parts of Asia. That the open source model is much better and much more fit for Europe than the American or Chinese model of a few very big companies. Europe does not produce very big companies because Europe is an archipelago of countries. We have 27 countries in the European Union, 26 languages and societies and markets. Yes, this is about the European Union because we're talking about European Union regulation. So, so that's the. So basically, if you want to have this kind of services in Europe, you will get alliances of small companies, mostly open source companies often. In each country, you will have a company and they will exchange services and help. And even relatively bigger companies. My company is German and has 250 people, which for Europe is a pretty big internet company, at least in the software sphere. But we do, when we have to go to other European states, to some of these states, we employ local partners. And so that we have a cooperation with local companies. And so in the end, this is why open source is also useful to this concept of digital sovereignty. So what we need to get out of this, it's what I call regulated openness. So we're trying to establish a mechanism of cooperation between the European institutions and the open source world, the industry, so that the open source, the open standards provide the technical building blocks that are necessary for competing services to these ones. And we need the regulation to force them onto that, because the problem is that the dominant platforms, they have dominant market positions. They will never open up if they are not forced. And so this is why we need regulation. The regulation in Europe will be aimed at forcing these companies to open up services to competition. So not to disadvantage them, but to prevent them from unduly advantage. And so this is the list of all the regulations, many of the regulations that Europe is working on, because there are really many. So the first one is the Digital Services Act, which is about content. I will come to this in a minute. And the second one, maybe the most important one, is the Digital Markets Act, and I will also come to this a little later. But this is about competition. But there are more. Now there's discussion starting on a Data Act, which means, setting rules so that the public data that these companies gather through their platforms can be shared, can be accessed for public policy objectives. And so this will come out. There's now a Computer Chips Act, because somehow Europe has decided that we need at least a bit of computer chip factories back on our territory. There are some, but of course, as we know, most of the chips are now produced in 3 Asian countries. And so in any we want to be able to produce chips locally, because during the COVID crisis, there was, the car factories stopped because there were no chips, and this is not something we want to see again. There's minimum corporate tax. So there's an effort to establish a minimum tax everywhere in Europe, so that companies are not enticed into moving into specific states that will let them pay a few taxes. There's EIDAS, which EIDAS is the European Identity Project, and so we're trying to offer open identities to European citizens. There's Gaia-X, which is a funny project. Hard to describe. Basically, it's a sort of private consortium blessed by the European Commission that is trying to establish common data, for example, common ontologies. If you want to cooperate among different companies in the car sector, for example, you need to have common ontologies to understand each other's data. So this is the work that they are doing. So there's a lot of work going on. And as I was saying, I will focus on the Digital Services Act, which is, in basically it's the old e-commerce directive. All of the world has this kind of laws that establish that intermediaries have a limited liability. They are not fully responsible for the content, for example, that they get from users and publish, because otherwise it would be impossible to have user-generated content. But now, this concept is being a little eroded. There's, especially for the so-called very large online platforms like Facebook, of course. That there will be strong transparency, accountability requirements, and there will be attempts to ensure that they do not close accounts unduly, or not close accounts when it's necessary. So this kind of guarantees around content, which is now very important in Europe, because there is a lot of sensitivity about political propaganda, especially by foreign countries, especially foreign countries in which there's a war, and so there are attempts to make sure that there's a way to control the content which is flowing on, which is maybe not the best of free expression idea, but it is deemed necessary in this environment. So let's come to the Digital Markets Act, which is the most recent one. Actually, the text is not final yet; it's still to be approved. But the final text was basically agreed at the political level 2 weeks ago. And as open source industry and digital rights organizations, we did a big campaign to get, especially the interoperability requirements. So the idea is that Europe will define gatekeeper platforms, for example, those that have a market value of over 75 billion euros, and basically the names we've seen before and very few others. Like it's going to be like 6, 7, 8 companies, mostly American, with maybe one European.com, and the idea is to establish a sort of non-traditional antitrust instrument to ensure that there can be competition with these mega services. And so there will be a number of services. This is a list. So basically only these services are covered. So if you're doing other services, you're not covered. But you see, as you see, there's the biggest, I mean, the most common online services, from including the operating systems, and then social media, marketplaces, search engines, and so on. Browsers are now covered. And so whoever is a gatekeeper in one of these services will be subject to these provisions. And this is the kind of stuff that is now prohibited, will be prohibited once this comes into force, which will happen possibly in a couple of years when all the process is completed. And so, for example, there will be the attempt to stop forced data integration. You will not be able to exchange data between different services. You will not be able to require people to buy a second service from you if you have one of the dominant ones. So against bundling, against, for example, you will be required to let users use different identity systems, not just your own, and so on. But the most interesting ones are the ones on bundling and interoperability, which address the key concerns that I mentioned before. So the idea is basically, well, in terms of bundling, that I mean, we still have to see the final text, but this more or less should be there. That there will be the prohibition basically to force users to use multiple services. So you as a business user have to be able to use, for example, Amazon's marketplace without being forced to use Amazon's delivery service, and so on. So this kind of bundling will be prohibited. And in terms of software, when you will install a mobile phone, you will have to be asked which search engine you want to use, which email application, and so on. So the idea is that you will favor the choice of different apps by not allowing a default. And then there's the interoperability clauses. Unfortunately, we lost the interoperability for social media, exactly for the concerns in terms of content control that I mentioned before. But we got the interoperability for instant messages. So WhatsApp and other dominant messengers will be required to open up interfaces and allow at least third parties to interact with an API and exchange messages and so on. And then there's also the same for auxiliary services. So stuff like identification, payments. You will be required, I mean, they will be required to let you use different login systems, different payment systems, and so on. And this was a great victory. It took a lot of effort by the European open source community, but apparently we got there. We still have to see the final text. So, sorry. Why is interoperability so important? Because interoperability allows competition. So if the original internet services are competitive because they are based on interoperability and modularity. So you can separate different services and you can replace individual blocks. And so you can, as a company, as an individual, an open source project, you can make a new, for example, block for identity, and then you plug into in place of the dominant one. And this enables competition. So this is why we are aiming to get into a system of interoperable apps in which you just have one, you pick the one which is best for you, so there's competition, maybe one which is more privacy friendly and is not spying on you, and you're able to communicate with all the other users. So thank you. This is the end of the presentation, and I'm happy to take comments, questions, and whatever.
Well, thank you. We have a few minutes and we have a few questions. So I have some that I'd like to add, but I'll start with those that Nico has put up. First up, how far are decentralized services and platforms like Mastodon affected and considered by the current legislations? Are they just trying to extinguish the fires created by the big players and make it hard for accidental innovation? Not sure I understand that point. Well, let me perhaps ask a related, which I think is the right question. What are the likely burdens on operators wanting to take advantage of the compelled interop, for example? Is it going to be the case that, as with email, a small organization or individual can fling up a server and expect to interoperate with Facebook Messenger?
Okay, let's start from the second one. So we don't know, because the technical standards are yet to be defined. There was a lot of discussion. We tried to get into the law, the mentioning of open standards. The ideal scenario would be where all these dominant services adopt the same standard, so that you can just have a free software implementation of it and talk with it. There was a lot of pushback, and these companies especially started to say that, if we enable full interoperability, we will lose end-to-end encryption, so this will be bad for privacy. So basically the idea behind WhatsApp and so is that they have to be dominant because they ensure privacy. And this is fun. We know that, we have full encryption, end-to-end encryption with HTTPS and in an interoperable world. But so in the end, we will have to see where we get it. It's likely that there will be a first stage in which there will just be an API, and then this will have some consequences on encryption. By the way, one of the key people in which I work with and behind this campaign was the Matrix element people. So we know what we are talking about. And same, I mean, for the other question, the mention of Mastodon and so on. Yes, of course, in Mastodon, I mean, I actually had to try to explain what Mastodon is to the European Commission. It was not particularly easy, but they're smart people. So in the end, they understand, but they're not technical, of course. So part of this work was actually trying to explain the Matrix or Mastodon to political policymakers, including members of the European Parliament. And so in the end, it's of course that's the alternative. We would hope. I mean, if we had got the interoperability for social media, we would have hoped that ActivityPub would be the standard. But we didn't get it for political reasons, as I said. We hope we will get it. We got the written promise and the clause that in 3 or 5 years there will be a review of the law, and maybe then we will get it. But this is still yet to be defined.
Let me skip the second question, which looks to me to be entirely an intra-EU question. Interesting. I'm concerned about time. So just the third one was the, did you see Olaf's talk earlier about considerations for mandating open interfaces?
Well, this was part, I mean, the discussion. I think now the result will be that there will be open interfaces and not open standards. I mean, it's unclear the implementation phase, I mean, about how it will work. We hope that it will be open so that there will be space for the community to propose even technical measures to the Commission, but we don't know yet.
But I think the question was more, how do you evaluate the current awareness of policymakers on the opening up of services? You mentioned trying to explain to politicians what Mastodon was. How terrible is the disconnect between the political objectives that are quite properly being pursued and the sort of technical realities?
No, I think that we do have the technology that we need if we wanted to do this. I mean, there is the need to develop, for example, the identity layer is the hardest part of it because we do not have a global identity layer. So how do I identify people with certainty across multiple interoperating instant messaging systems? Maybe use mobile phones, phone numbers, but the identity part, I think, is in general one of the weakest parts of the internet architecture, especially the free, open, federated internet architecture. I mean, this said, no, I think that the technology is there. I mean, the difficult part is that even by the dominant platforms, it happens that sometimes they have policy objectives, they try to force them through the technology. It should be the opposite. So you should have the policy objectives, agreed on them, and then the technology should follow. It should be designed to meet the rights of the users and the objectives and the regulation and so on.
Give or take, reality limitations. The policy objectives have to be.
Yeah, of course, you cannot mandate. I mean, I'm having that discussion, a different thing in Italy, in which a government wants to mandate blocking all the types of encryption because of. So you have to explain them that sometimes this is not possible. But in the end, also, I'm wary about this because I do see companies using this, dominant companies using this as an excuse. So they try, basically, whenever they try to, the politicians try to address their dominant positions, they say this is not technically possible. In fact, it is. You just need to put the effort and develop the standards. Maybe it's complex, but we can do it. We went to the moon, so we can develop an interoperable instant message.
We can fix this problem because we went to the moon, which I think is a fair claim.
No, I mean,
let's
if anyone thinks that it is really impossible to have interoperable instant messaging, let me know. I'd like to continue this.
Here. Thank you very much. I do appreciate the insight into what's happening sort of upstream from the rest of the world. But we're at time, so I'll now introduce our next speaker.
Thank you.
Michael, I know you're in the room and I've unlocked you and made you a presenter. Can you please turn on your camera and then we'll get to work on your microphone. While you are doing battle with that, I will briefly introduce you. You're the General Manager of Collaborator's Office Division, leading Collaborator Online, online office projects and supports customers and partners alongside the talented team. Also serves as Director of the Document Foundation and has been involved in both ODF and OXML standardization and a long history of contribution to open source. Michael will be speaking to us about secure private document collaboration. You've successfully turned on your camera, fantastic, but you're still in headphones only mode. So there's a button down the bottom. There is a headphone, yep, aha, speak. Speak to me. Oh, you're muted now.
Hopefully you can hear me now.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Fantastic. I just need to share my screen and we can let rip.
Yep, go ahead.
Perfect. You can see yourself, possibly. Can you hear me?
Great, fantastic. Michael, take it away.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for coming. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Collaborator Online just to show you what it is. And then, well, let's see what we get. So what is it? Well, a wonderful digital sovereign on-premise, powerful WYSIWYG document editing suite. So you can see some of the stacked up beauty on the right-hand side there, but allowing you to then view and collaboratively edit on all kinds of documents. Pretty much everything that LibreOffice will allow you to edit, bringing that into your browser. Great interoperability, filters for all sorts of crazy things that you might want to see. And our architecture really is a bet, I guess, on CPU threads and networking getting cheaper. So, we done a whole lot of work with AMD on Ryzen's, and, our threads are getting cheaper and cheaper, and there are more and more of them, and that's really encouraging. And we can use those to provide a beautiful experience that's consistent everywhere. And of course, the network continues to get faster. So how does it look? Well, we've been doing a whole lot of work on user experience. So these are the latest shots showing you, I guess, one UI option. So the UI is heavily configurable, but this is something that's familiar to Microsoft Office users. I guess you can see our notebook bar across the top there. That hopefully has got a palette of tools people like. There's also a sidebar, which works better on a 16:9 sort of screen to fit functionality in and give you more space to see your document. So obviously word processing, change tracking, beautiful stuff, spreadsheets, all of the formulae and the core engine that you've come to know and love. And what a powerful core engine it is in terms of efficiency of representation, threading, performance of calculation, and so on. So some really awesome spreadsheet stuff behind. And we have a drawing application that then allows you to do diagramming and drawing and font work and all sorts of fun things there. And then presentations as well. One of the interesting things is that, well, one of the unique features here is just being able to edit master pages so that you can actually, create a slide deck and make it look like you want it to, and edit all of the pieces in your slides rather than being kind of locked out of changing things in your masters. So, and great transition support and so on. And you can see the sidebar there is actually, well, this is new. I'll talk about this in a minute. The new stuff in 21.11. So we phrased this last year. It's now really shipping. And we'll be shipping a new version, I guess, in a month or two, based on another year of interoperability work under the hood in the LibreOffice technology. But anyway, 21.11, so all sorts of good things. So particularly interesting is this right-to-left support. So if you're Indic or Arabic, Hebrew type language, we can flip your spreadsheet around, your UI around, and hopefully everything feels much more familiar and easy to use and understand. We've done a lot to improve PowerPoint, Pptx filter, particularly, and various core functionality there for cropping and mirroring images, adding shadows, and sort of interoperable shadow effects. It's really important that your slides look as you expect them to see, obviously, and match what the competition had. So glow effects as well. A multi-column text, so a silly feature that, well, I don't know. It's now there, so you don't see broken slides that were using that. Bottom to top, left to right, vertical for text frames, very, very nice in Writer. And there's another key feature here, I guess, which is this JS sidebar. So it's really cool. Essentially, instead of rendering the sidebar as pixels, and in fact, this is now true of many dialogues, in our latest release, we render all of that on the browser side. So this is all done with CSS and theming and styling, and we can make that look really gorgeous. Actually, this is a terribly old picture of a prototype of this, but perhaps you saw it earlier in a more polished form in the screenshots. And this brings several interesting things. Actually, this builds on some work by Red Hat to do Gtk theming on Linux. So, so actually on Linux, you would be using native Gtk widgets for almost everything in the UI now, and I believe there's some Qt stuff as well, but. We essentially convert that to JSON and shove it over the wire so that when things change, we send very small deltas and changes. So it's actually
you know, it's quicker, it's more beautiful, and it's you know, just allows you to theme it and make it look gorgeous. Some other features we've dumped in recently are anchoring of images, so you can very precisely affect the layout of your document and get that exactly right. So that's kind of good. And you know, there are lots of different anchor modes. And you can see there again the palette on the side and some of the good things you can do with images. You know, if you select an image, we can be recoloring it and contours, you know, around to change how the text wraps around it and so on. You know, lots and lots of rich, powerful text layout functionality. Another piece that's new is welcoming people to the app, so that, you know, when you get there, you can see what's new, and you can explore, you know, what you should be playing with and looking at and so on. Another thing that's been asked for by some of our larger government customers is an accessibility checker. So this originally was written for the Dutch Standards Organization, I believe, Accessibility Standards Organization, and we've brought that recently to online for a German government organization, which we're working with as part of the Phoenix project, actually, which is an interesting bundle of functionality that's shipping in German government. But anyway, perhaps that'll be announced later. Anyway, the key is that if you're creating documents and handing them to people and publishing them online, it's really important that those are nicely accessible for our users. And so, you know, it's important then that we can check these things, jump to the issues and fix those up, so we can produce beautiful outbound accessible documents. Another big thing that we're doing is taking that UI, particularly that sidebar UI there, and wrapping that into a single hand mobile UX. So there's some pretty cool things there that are happening. You can see some pictures of that. And in our new release, which is coming next week, it should have been this week, but we, you know, anyway, we like to get these things working. We have this cool new functionality here of one-handed context-based quick toolbar. So often you want to use the whole screen of your phone, as you can see on the right-hand side there, to see as much of the document as you can. And so we then provide this fast tool palette at the bottom for the things that you would most want to do for that. And that's now context sensitive. So it shows obviously different things for text as for images, charts, or whatever you're selecting, draw shapes. So that's kind of nice. So in addition to all of these sort of advanced palettes, you can access by pressing the properties button, and, you know, get a deep dive into the whole wealth of properties that you have on things. You know, you're able to do things quickly as well, just with one hand. So one thing I wanted to talk about, and I think it's really important, is getting security right and having a good design here. So one of the interesting things here is these is how we contain. And do it like this. It's not as cool, but yeah. Anyway, so can you hear me again? Can you see the picture?
Yes, we can hear you. We can see you, but we can't see your screen share.
You can't see my screen. I've lost the button to share it.
Oh, hello. You.
Let's come back
stopped
again.
Being a presenter somehow.
Yeah, I was
I think there might be pixies helping me.
Can you see it now?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
I'm terribly sorry about that. I suspect someone is clicking a button somewhere. Anyway, here we go. So the key is to secure this 8 million lines of C++ in the center. And we do lots of things there. So we have this great coverity score that's below the Linux kernel in terms of static checking. We do load testing. We have a chroot for each document. So we stick each document in a container, in its own container, I guess. We have a very sparse file system in there. So there's no shell, there's nothing. Well, you know, it's very hard to do anything in there, even if you can break out. And we also filter system calls because, you know, some system calls, you know, Numa, rebalance, something or other, have nothing to do with our software and that shouldn't be run. So we try and knock out calls that have been historically problematic from a security perspective. And then, of course, you can put that in virtual machines or, you know, but I think one of the key things from security perspective is you can put that on premise. So then you can control your own networking, you can control your firewall, your VPNs, you know, you can fully lock this thing down. And you can make sure, you know, nothing leaves your site without you knowing about it. So I think that multi-layer onion there is really, really important. And actually, we have another feature that is really quite interesting called Secure View. So one of the problems that many businesses have is that they come up with a new product or a new design or something that they want to get feedback on it, right? But it's actually really market sensitive, and you don't want your competitors to see it. You don't want them to get wind of what you're doing. Particularly, you don't want them to see exactly what it looks like. So we have an automotive company that has this problem as a customer, and actually many other highly secure people that like this. And so the question really is, how can you keep the stuff secret and tell people about it so you can get feedback? And the answer really is Secure View. I don't know if you can see here this watermark on the screen. It should say, highly confidential and so on. And we can put your name into that as well, so that you can see these things, you can share those designs, and you can get feedback whilst being sure that the document never leaves your server. So, we send pixels, they're all watermarked. It would be nice not to even send pixels, of course, but realistically, it's important that people can see something on the screen. Otherwise, well, what are you going to do? Now, there's some various other options to try and achieve the similar level of protection. So one of these, which is surprisingly popular, our competition did this, is essentially to send the whole document to everyone with even the lowest view access, just to send the whole document model to the client. And if you render your documents in the client, you have this problem that you can't render the document unless you have it. So F12 can defeat whatever silly policy enforcement or watermarking or stuff that's put on the top. And of course, then Microsoft's approach, which is much more rigorous. So they encrypt the document, so they send encrypted documents everywhere. They send their AES keys or whatever to the Azure cloud, and before those will be handed out to your operating system, policy will be enforced and checked. So everything is signed from the bottom up, and we check that we've got the very latest Microsoft Office that will enforce that policy of not allowing copy and paste, or not allowing print, or save as, or this sort of thing. And so this works. It's a model that works. The only problem with it, of course, is that you have this massive single point of failure. You put all of the document keys for your documents into the Azure cloud, and and then Microsoft has to sign everything from the bottom up. So not cool, I would argue this way. And so our approach, which then allows you to federate and collaborate with other people whilst ensuring the document doesn't leave your premise, is just really so much more beautiful. Open standards, clean browsers, just a little WebSocket protocol, and you still get that ultra secure. I'm sorry, my Thunderbird is plaguing me. Ultra secure view. So one of the things I'm encouraged about, and I just look at some education references here. I told you I'd point out some other people using Collaborator Online left and right with some of our partners, because Collaborator Online really doesn't work well by itself. It has to be integrated into an own cloud, Nextcloud, BuddyOC file, eGroupware, HighDrive, or something else that does the storage and authentication for us. Well, I just look at education here, because education is interesting. Microsoft gives very low prices or free, and Google provides, relatively free services, although free is really, supported by some, large market dominance in some other sphere. So it's really encouraging to see lots of educational institutions actually deploying this. 66,000 users here, growing quickly. SurfNet, the French public sector here, healthcare and public sector, lots of things there. But some schools examples. Coming up 33,000 pupils there, and doing great stuff. Lille, 67,000. So lots of people around the place using Collaborator Online very actively, and we'd love to have you work with us and make it all better for all of those people. So how do you get involved? Well, this is of course the $1 million question. So all of the code is open source. You can go and grab it there and compile it for yourself, either for Android or iOS, or Chrome OS, of course, we run on as well, using the Android version. But there's all sorts of community resources there. We have actually meetings weekly. You can find out all of the minutes in the forum. Everyone's welcome to come get involved, development, ask questions. And it's actually really encouraging to see a number of people in the community, Andreas Kynes, Rismat, various others doing design and user experience and tweaking and making it more and more beautiful. You can help with websites. There's lots of SDK examples. So if you're interested in taking this and embedding it into your tool, maybe you just want some thumbnailing of documents so you can get pretty images. And Collaborator Online provides a really simple way to deploy that and a really smooth. Yeah, there's almost no dependencies for Collaborator Online. I mean, apart from the LibreOffice kit or CollaborOffice underneath it, which we bundle into Docker images for you. So yeah, and actually one of the even more fun things that we have is this tool called Gitpod, which is fantastic. So Gitpod allows you to, just in your browser, without setting up a development environment, without having to do anything horrible, you can load the code in Gitpod, and you can be just at the point where it's all pre-built, it's all ready. You can follow the steps, you can change something, and you can see your change very, very quickly without needing, a large build tree or lots of effort to do that. So hopefully the barrier to entry there is really, really low. And you can play with it. In these various harnesses, there's all sorts of things that we can do to configure the UI, hiding menus and toolbars and changing things and fiddling around, adding our own pieces to it. That makes it very simple. And to write an integration, this WAPI-like protocol, it's just a get. We download the document from your URL, and it just comes off a web server, and then we do a post to send it back again. I mean, that's pretty much it. There's one more get which we do, which gives like your username and whether you have access to the file, and this kind of thing, avatar links, the permissions that you have, and so on. But it's kind of trivial, and that just comes back, I believe, in a JSON blob that shows what you can and can't do. So really, it's just 3 methods to make it work. It's really easy. Have a play, and there you are, and you get all of this good stuff. Of course, the mobile piece there is really just reusing the existing mobile UI, our responsive UI for the collaborative editor, actually natively on the device. So we'll run the server and the client both in those. Both on the same device, so you can work offline, which is kind of cool. And if you're looking at a really full feature Office suite on a tablet, for example, your tablet can behave almost essentially like the desktop app if you like that. Obviously, it has a better touch interface, but you can plug a keyboard in, and I mean you have the full application there. And of course, it can behave like a mobile phone as well if you like that. So it's very, very powerful. So, well, what can I say? Here we are. Secure, of course. Private, so you can control it. Open source, inevitably. It's pretty, which is, well, important. And we're making it incrementally prettier. I think that's the other thing. We'd love your help with that. Perhaps you saw something that annoyed you, a pixel that you wanted to move today, and you can get involved and do that. Submit a change to the CSS, or get involved in some JavaScript there. It's improving very rapidly. We're doing a huge amount of work and much more to come. I'll say a little bit about what we're working on now. And we have that LibreOffice technology underneath it that's awesome too. So I mean, let me encourage you to contribute there. I think there's a lot of cool stuff happening in LibreOffice, and good to get involved in the code. And it's really easy to get involved and make a difference. We'd love to have you there. And of course, that's the community side, it's the product side, but really taking back control of your data is I think probably a moral imperative. We have an interesting convergence in Europe, and it was really interesting to hear the talk before about data traps and well, digital sovereignty is the positive framing, but the data trap is the negative one. And so we see just MI6 in the UK, which is our spy agency, talking about the dangers of surrendering all of your data, and this data trap that we can't accept, losing our sovereignty as a country. And but then you also see the pirate party on the other side, the European Union, talking about the importance of digital sovereignty, and they're basically all singing from the same hymn sheet. So my hope is this is an idea whose time has well come. And yeah, so get out there, get at the head of the curve, deploy it, and see what you can get. And there's this really unique feature there with Secure View. I think that's great. Not just unique that you can have it on premise, control it, and be confident in it, but also that you can then share and collaborate, and you can federate that with other people's instances. And that's a really useful business tool to be able to share, secret information, get feedback, interaction, and so on. We're very widely deployed, 80+ million Docker image downloads, millions of paying users out there. We're thrilled to be able to turn your support as customers into new feature, function, and great new open source. So thank you very much. And that was my talk. Do we have any questions?
In fact, we do.
Oh, fantastic. Where are
I
they?
do like the observation that the spooks, the pirates, and the FOSS communities are now all singing from the same hymn book. That probably means we're doing something right. That or catastrophe is imminent, but let's go with it first.
Yes.
So the two questions, and I have a comment if time permits. From Harish, how interoperable Collabora and LibreOffice and OpenOffice? He assumes it's very high. What are the possible gotchas?
Yeah. That's a good question. So very interoperable. So I think one of the tricks with interoperability is to have the same code everywhere. So we have a common code base, and Microsoft is quite good at this. They have the same Microsoft Office on lots of machines, and you can share your document, and that's great. Although it's interesting that their online Office suite is a different code base. And you see that very quickly because Microsoft Office Online can't load its own document formats. It can't do this. You can't put charts in Word documents. It can't do WYSIWYG editing. There are many features that it won't load the document, protected forms or this kind of thing.
Well, and interestingly, you can export OpenOffice or LibreOffice documents.
Well, I hope so. So hopefully ODF is everywhere. Right? We should use open document formats, but I guess one of the great things about having an online in-browser experience is that you can run this in any browser on any platform, and you can get access to your document. You can share that document with other people. And so, of course, open formats are really important still for extracting data and processing it and migrating it. But from a user perspective, you never see that format issue because, hey, it just works, right? So, yeah. I think
the format, no, but I think your point and Harish's point, of course, was as the internal structure is different, then you end up with, we do see inconsistencies between Microsoft's desktop and browser versions. And I think Harish's question was, is there any of that in the Collabora versus OpenOffice?
So I think between LibreOffice and OpenOffice is, I guess, not something I'm an expert on, but it is missing a huge amount.
Now to LibreOffice, because OpenOffice is an evolutionary.
For example, like Sparklines. We're implementing Sparklines. It's a great feature. It'll be shipping in the next LibreOffice. It'll be shipping in the next Collaboraoffice. It's cool, but OpenOffice doesn't have it. And so if you have a Sparkline, there's no way it's going to render an OpenOffice, for example.
So put OpenOffice to one side.
Sure, so Microsoft Office. So then interoperability is a big problem. And again, it's down to functionality mostly. So you need to obviously interpret the formats that Microsoft has. But
no, LibreOffice and Collabora. Are there any gotchas at all?
So yeah, absolutely. So when it comes down to the code base, Collaboraoffice is built on LibreOffice. We're huge contributors to LibreOffice. We're out there with the top contributor. All of our code changes go upstream. So in the limit, everything is fully interoperable. Yeah. No, we love LibreOffice. That's cool. No problem.
The other question, more promotional one, quote, my wife just wants to write a document from time to time, so Google Docs is very convenient. How would you promote something like Collabora to a user like this?
Yeah, so of course, if you run an Nextcloud or our own cloud or this kind of thing, you can get that functionality, and it's very similar. And there are sets of people. I think Open Exchange is involved in the Phoenix project, which then provides a big bundle of email and document editing and file sharing and so on using Collaborator Online. So there are lots of solutions for that. I think one of the things is that if you want to control your data and be digitally sovereign, you need to have someone in your country that hosts that or do it yourself. And so that's quite a high barrier for a casual user. So what I'd suggest is that your good lady asks you to set up a server for her. They can do this, or maybe you go to a Nextcloud and buy one of those. But I think the other thing to recognize is that the contract with these big majors is you surrender your privacy, you give them all of your documents and all of your email and everything about you and your social graph, and then in return you get free document editing. And that's not something we're interested in as a contract, So so I think then you need to think about how it's funded and properly paying for a service there from someone.
Thank you very much. This is a good reminder of we're doing pretty well. In some respects, better. So it's good news.
I mean, I've spent many years of my life sort of fighting a never-ending feature battle against Microsoft. You know, like you have to have all the features, and and it's distressing when something is tendered and the tender mentions, you know, the latest, most obscure, not at all useful Microsoft feature, just so they get Microsoft Office and not anything else, right? But actually, when you look at the online experience, you know, we are kicking some backside here in terms of feature function. We are doing better. We have better fidelity rendering. We interoperate better with their file formats than they do in their online suite. So I'm pretty excited about the what we have here, and I think we should not be ashamed of it in any way. We should be driving it out into the market as quickly as we can.
So I'm now going to insult you. You do better Microsoft than Microsoft.
Well, it's a bit like this too, isn't it? You know, faster Windows to Windows sort of thing. You have to be a bit humble, but I'm sure there are drop-offs here and there. But there are many features we have that they don't. So that's encouraging.
Many thanks, Michael.
Absolute pleasure.
Kushal, I know you're in the room and I've unlocked you. You should be able to turn on your camera. Kushal Das, you should be able to turn on your camera. Hooray! Okay, now we have to do the microphone dance. Towards the bottom of the screen, you should see a blue button with a sort of headphone. Ooh. Oh, share your screen. Oh, I haven't made you a presenter. I'm sorry. Hang on. Okay, now you're the presenter. You should be able to share your screen. Hit the plus button at the bottom left. No? Definitely think you're the presenter. You really should be able to press the plus button and share your screen. Not again. The good news is that like 9 out of 10 people have trouble getting in. Oh, hello. Now unmute. And
yes, now works. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so I have to leave the audio and then get back. And if you can make my video full screen, because I can then control everything in my site.
You're doing with OBS. Okay, let me do that. One moment.
Okay, I think we're ready.
Fantastic. So I will do a brief intro and then leave you to it. So Kushal is a public interest technologist working at Sunet SE on various open source projects related to security and privacy. He's a C-Python core developer and part of the Tor project core team, a regular speaker in various open source conferences.
Is this me or Ronald's audio gone?
Hi, Kushal. I think Roland dropped out for a moment. No problem. I can take over, but
I can continue. That's not a problem. Yes, not sure if I am down.
Nice seeing you. Yeah,
Good to see you again, Mario.
Yeah. So how are you these days? How's the family doing in Corona times? Are you guys better generally?
Yes, we are. So just not giving talks for a long time, so slowly getting back into the practice. Okay. And just missing the whole physical thing back in Singapore.
Of course.
Maybe next year.
Well, we'll see. Maybe here, maybe there. I hope we have opportunities.
Somewhere.
So, right? We hope for the best, but yeah, there are a lot of challenges and in the world, and there's war in the Ukraine, and yeah, things like that happen. It's bad, but I hope we can set an example by showing how the open source community collaborates and secures people, and this is what you are working on a lot, security. So Kushal, may I ask you to introduce yourself then, and I leave just the session to you, okay?
Yep, I will do that part of the talk.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Then let you go forward.
Thank you, and I hope I'm all ready for the talk. So a little bit about myself. I'm a public interest technologist at SUNET, where we provide secure and stable infrastructure to the universities and any other organizations who are working in research or higher education to collaborate nationally and globally. I'm also part of various other free and open source software projects and organizations. For example, I'm a director at Python Software Foundation and also a code developer there, and also part of the Tor project, and happily wearing my Tor t-shirt during the talk. So for the talk, I will go back into history a little bit. For the people who are like not into the history part of GNU-PG or OpenPGP or GPG, the thing started by Phil Zimmermann back in 1991. It's called PGP, Pretty Good Privacy. Then in 1997, we got the OpenPGP group under IETF. And there is an RFC 48880. You can go and search for it, have a read, and you will find the corresponding future RFCs working on this part. And then later on, as part of the GNU project, we have GNU-PG, which is, I think, the most common way we all know OpenPGP in our daily life, like the GPG command, which is used almost every other Linux distribution and various parts of the security and privacy in the ecosystem, the whole ecosystem, I should say. Now, as I said that I'm a developer, I write a lot of Python. So part of my projects always required to access GPG. In other words, to access the features provided by GPG from my Python code. And to do so, there are a couple of existing modules. One is Python GNU-PG, the other one is GPG-ME, which also provides libraries in like to call things from Python. But all of these modules, they have a way of calling GPG that is actually calling the GPG command, not as a library, but inside of these modules, they call the executable binary and pass along all the, like, I'll not say millions, but hundreds of different command line options. And those get used by the GPG binary and you will see the output. If you're encrypting, decrypting, or like doing like whatever kind of operations via these modules. And as the GPG itself continuously improves and the command line options change, new versions come out, all these modules also have to make sure that everything stays the same and it can catch up. And time to time, we saw trouble in that part. So I was hoping for a better way of accessing OpenPGP from my Python applications for a long time. Now, a couple of years back, I noticed this thing on the internet, thanks to my friend Micah Lee, a project called Secure-PGP, secure-pgp.org. It's a new OpenPGP implementation as a library. Now, this is one very important point. It's an OpenPGP implementation written from scratch as a library. That means anyone else who wants to incorporate OpenPGP inside of their projects, they can do it. And it's written using a much newer and safer language, Rust. So combining these two, it opened up a complete new world for developers to make sure that they can use OpenPGP the way they want. And also I should mention that this project and the community is very much welcoming, because when I started talking to the people here in Secure, I had a lot of questions, both at the Rust and at the OpenPGP level. And those were answered like at every level, from beginners questions to the advanced questions which I had. But there was still another part of the problem left, that is Rust. And as I mentioned, I wanted to use OpenPGP, but not from Rust, from Python. Here comes another project to rescue, PyO3. So PyO3 is written in Rust to make sure that you can write Python extensions or Python modules in Rust. So this enables us to use all the features written by the CQI upstream and then export it as a Python module so that we can, just import some module name and do the work. Like use it the way we want. And that is exactly what my module is all about. That is Johnny Can Encrypt, the name. I'll get back to that name later on. So as I said, it's a Python module. That means you should be able to install it via pip. But because of the way it gets built, you have, I do not publish any wheels. So you have to do, when you do pip install Johnny Can Encrypt, that is, it will fetch the source tarball from PyPI and it will build it on your system. And because it's written in Rust, you will need Rust and the other dependencies to build the Python module. And this is like a standard behavior for many projects where the wheels are not being provided. Hopefully in future, we'll have wheels. Now, we'll see a couple of code examples on the slides. Question, I can see the chat here, is this font size big enough, or I can make it bigger? So that's one question still remains, but I'll just go ahead. So at line 1, we are importing the module Johnny Can Encrypt, and Python allows us to import a module with a different name. In this case, I'm using JCE, a short form, because Johnny Can Encrypt is a pretty big word to type in. Creating a key store, I can create a new key with a default password. Please don't use such small, simple passwords. This is just a demo for the top. And we can ask the module to create a CV, that is the carve 25519 key. JCE, the Johnny Can Encrypt module, also enables you to create RSA keys, RSA 2K and 4K. And then you can save the public key, you can save the fingerprint or print it just like any normal Python objects. And because we are talking about OpenPGP keys, in many cases, we want the keys to have some expiry dates. In this case, we select a date and time 3 years ahead, and then provide all the subkeys will be expired on that date, given date. And this is using the standard Python datetime module to create that extension. So now, because in many cases we will have existing keys, so the module enables us to import any available key. So we can import the keys because the module is still in development. I'll not say in the early phase, it's there for more than a year now, but maybe we can improve the API names. So this particular import method will allow do the same for private keys or private keys. Now the interesting part, encryption and decryption. So we can get any key out of that store using getKey method, then use it to encrypt some bytes. And we are just doing an assertion, and then using the secret key, we can decrypt the value also. And to decrypt, for the decryption, we need the passphrase or password. And because this is just one single example out of the documentation, I literally copy pasted. That's why we'll see that for the getKey method, it's the same fingerprint and the same store, KS. I will do some live demo at the end, and there we'll use 2 different key store and make sure that we encrypt with public key and then decrypt with secret key, separate operations. In the same way, we can encrypt and decrypt files too. You can provide a particular file and then say where the encrypted output will be. And in the same way, you can decrypt the file or file handler that's available in the API to the same encryption and decryption operations, but the method names are different. Decrypt underscore file, decrypt underscore file handler. Third major operation, which I think all of us should follow as like whoever is doing open source development, that is some sort of providing options so that our users can verify that the release is what we intended to. So we generally sign our release tarballs with a key, and this is just one example where I am signing a file and as a completely separate clear text, the signature. Now the opposite can also be done, whereas the verification, and this like piece of code is actually taken from the documentation, the introduction page, where I am importing the cert that is the key for Tor project, and then verifying the downloaded Tor browser tarball, because this is, I believe, was one of our major real life use case. That is, we download various softwares and then we verify that it's the correct download using the the signature they provide. So in this case, we downloaded the key, the actual Tor browser, and the Tor the signature, and then at the last line we can say verify file with a detached signature, and it says true, verified. So at this moment, when I managed to reach up to this part of the project, I thought, okay, I'm done. I can start using it. I'll use it in all of my projects and personal projects everywhere. But then one other thing stuck at me is that I don't have my secret keys on my computer. The secret keys are on hardware devices. In my case, particularly YubiKeys. So that created the next big problem for me. I don't know how many of you know about YubiKeys, or actually in the slide, I have an image showing various different YubiKeys. These are the different versions, I think, from the 5 series. You can use these for multiple factor authentication on different websites, and you can also store your secret keys, secret OpenPGP keys on these devices. So as I said in the beginning, that we'll do some live coding, and we'll do using the YubiKeys, so that you can see that this Python module will enable you to access the the smart card, in this case the YubiKeys, for within your project. We'll go back to the camera, and I hope all of you will see. I have one 5, I think, USB-C YubiKey. I will attach it to my system, and then I'll try to go to Jupyter Notebook. So in the first 2 lines, by the way, if you have any queries at this moment, because next few minutes I will try to talk about code, feel free to ask in the channel so that I can try to follow it up. And again, I'll try to make it even a little bit bigger, just in case. So the first line, again, I'm importing the module. I'm creating a new key store /store, that is the directory. If I go to the terminal, and you can see in the directory, I have the store empty directory, store2 for our demo purpose, and the IPython notebook.
Coming back to the code, a bit bigger, Kushal.
Which one, the terminal or here? Can you read this?
Well, this just about, but the terminal is very small. Those we have the information. Some people are watching on a phone screen, so whatever is possible is great, I guess.
Okay, so I'll try not to go to the terminal much. I'll just issue one command, det. I can say that on and you will understand. So I hope this font size is good. So in the first step, we are again importing the module and creating a key store. I'll run it. Done. Next, I'm going to create a new key with a password, and this is the name, first name, surname, and email address, and I'm saying we are going to create a carve 25519 key. Then I'm going to create the public, take the public key out and write it in a file, and also print the fingerprint. So I will execute this. You can see that it took some time because it had to generate the key, save it in the database, everything, and then prints the key. Johnny Can Encrypt actually internally uses SQLite. So in that stored directory where we created the key store, it actually contains a SQLite DB with the encrypted secret key. Next, I'm also saving the secret key out here. Like I'm saying that let's export the secret key encrypted format. This is not decrypted. So as you can see, I'm not passing any password or anything. I'm just directly writing it to a file. Done. Now, as I said, Johnny Can Encrypt is written in Rust. So the module itself will provide, like not will, right now provides to call those functions written in Rust directly from Python. And that module is actually inside of Johnny Can Encrypt and the same name. So I'm just importing it as RJCE. R stands like helps me to understand this is the Rust part. And here are some interesting API for the smart card access, YubiKey access. The first function call is reset YubiKey. It took some time and we did the reset on my YubiKey. So now if I do a get card details, I will see that the key is empty with the default values. It contains a serial number of the card, name, URL, and all the signatures, everything is empty at this moment. The signatures are actually the bytes itself directly. So now I can say to set a particular name. This is the format we have to provide it. And by default, the YubiKey's admin pin is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I'm going to use that. I'm also going to set an URL to some random file which does not exist in this case, just for future usage if we want. It goes, and then I can say the key we created, the secret key, please upload it to the smart card, and you will notice that this will take some time. It's doing the work and it's done. So if I do the card details now, it contains the same serial number. It contains the name, the URL, and the signature details. And I can say to use the same key to encrypt a file. Now here you can see I'm encrypting a file called m.txt, and the output file name is m.asc. I can say dot slash. And before I do that, I need to create that m.txt. So I'll just run the date command into m.txt. If you don't see the screen size as big, it's okay because it's just the output of the date command that I'm doing it live. Coming back to the slides. So to verify, first, okay, let's encrypt the file. It says true, the file is there. Now to verify that I can actually decrypt using the YubiKey, I'm going to create a new key store, which is the key store 2, and I'm going to import only the public key. And you can see here that the part which I imported is actually a public key. And then I can say that this key store is to sync the smart card, that is to make sure that the key store knows which secret keys are available in this smart card. And now we know it's the same, the fingerprint. And now, again, I'm just taking out the public key in the same way we encrypted before, to make sure that this is the public key, just to show. And then I can call decrypt the file on the card using this public key, and the output will be decrypted text. And by default, a phrase YubiKey will have a normal user pin as 123456. So I'm going to use that to decrypt. And it's done. So if I go back to the terminal and then cat the decrypted file, it's the same time as encrypted value. So that's the major part of my live demo. Now, if I go back to the original slides, why Johnny can encrypt? I talked about one part. The other part, I believe it will help us to enable is to have better UX in secured applications, better usability, better to help the developers to write better code with same defaults. And that's not something like the MyPython module is doing actually. That is provided by the Sequoia, the upstream itself. Like a much better standard defaults for everything we do on the key operations. So using this Johnny can encrypt module, one of my friends, that is Saptak Sengupta, and we created a project called Toompa. It's actually a GUI application, which right now this live, the GIF, not live, the GIF is on Tails, but this also works on Mac. And this will allow you to create keys using this GUI, and then just click, 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 and upload it to a smart card. That is the YubiKeys. Because anyone here who is watching this talk who had to go through the steps, or I should say pain, of creating keys and then uploading it to a smart card properly and make sure that it works, you know what I'm talking about. And for the people who never saw others trying to upload keys to a smart card, you should just ask around what people think about it, like how much time it takes or how much pain point it is to upload keys to smart cards. So this particular GUI application hopefully will enable everyone to access their smart cards in much easier form. And you can, like all the things I showed during the demo, you can do the similar things using the UI, that is setting names, URLs, what kind of cards, etc. Now the name part, because again, if you are into this community for long enough, you will hear a lot of things about encryption and OpenPGP. And there was this famous paper about why Johnny can't encrypt. So the name of my project started from there, and it started just as a fun project name, and it just stayed there as of now. You should read the paper, because that talks a lot about what are the troubles people get when people using OpenPGP. And I believe Sequoia and related all different projects will help to overcome this issue. And with this, I think I'm coming to the end of my talk. That's the link to the documentation. And I also write regular blog posts on kushaldas.in. My Twitter handle is given, kushaldas. So if you want, like if you check it, check it, the documentation and the source code on GitHub. And then maybe if you have any queries, come and talk to us.
So we have a couple of questions in the shared notes, and a couple of minutes to grab them, unless Mario wishes to step in and start the next session. But all three from Nico, I think. Yeah. So, do you build Python wheels for Johnny can encrypt so users do not need a Rust compiler to install them? I don't think that makes any sense. Do key stores need to be directories? Can you also store keys in other places or objects? What are the advantages?
Right now, it's using file system. So it's a directory where inside of it, we'll just store a SQLite file.
And can you provide the Jupyter Notebook as a link in the shared notes so we can experiment with it?
I will upload now, and then you can try it out. Like, it's not uploaded. Thanks for the idea. And I'll also add a link to the my slides so that you can you can find it easily.
Fantastic. Mario, are you stepping in now, or shall I?
Yeah, I'm here. So, yeah, let's move forward with the moderation. Roland, you moderated a very long time, right? So thank you very much for that. And yeah, just
I'm now going to bed. I'm still recovering from COVID.
Slides for my the presentation. So I'll add the the notebook link there, so it will be easier.
Cool. Maybe you can also publish it here in the chat on the event, so wherever people find it. Okay, Kushal, thank you very much. We have the next speaker lining up already.
Okay.
So good to see you. Hope to catch up soon again. Thank you very much. And Roland, yeah, thank you to you too. Like, it's been a fantastic time listening to you, listening to the questions and comments, and how you interacted with the speakers. I really enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Security and privacy is my favorite part of the conference, apart from the drinking, which we'll do next year. Okay. Thanks, Mario. Thanks, Kushal. Good night, all. See you tomorrow.
Okay, and we are getting started now with the next session. So let's set up the speaker. It's Nico Kunzmann. Nico, are you there? I probably have to give you additional rights here in the session. And okay, let me unlock you. So you should be able now to switch on your microphone and your camera. I already gave you presenter rights.
Did you also unlock?
Yes, I unlocked Nico. So Nico, you should be able to activate your webcam and activate your sound. Just there's a headphones symbol icon. Okay, so I see. Yeah, he's coming on. Yeah, Nico will talk about calendar events in Python, an open source library. So Kushal just talked about Python, and Nico is a fan of Python apparently too. About Nico Kunzmann, Nico studied IT systems engineering. He likes open source work, founded a Coder Dojo in Potsdam in Germany, and Nico is living in an eco village. Nico, are you able to talk to us? Please activate your microphone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. So, wow, I didn't know that you are living in a eco village. You have been like at the FOSSASIA Summit quite a few times, and you trained a lot of students in the community. So, how is life in the eco village?
Yeah, it's challenging and quite nice. Can you understand me well when I'm standing here?
Yes, we can still understand you well. Excellent.
Very good. Yeah, I get my own wood, and I'm closer to nature, and that's quite nice. I'll show a picture.
Perfect. So yeah, bringing tech and ecology together, and a lot of other things. I think we'll learn a little bit about your work here in this session. It's half an hour, but hope to see you also sometime soon face to learn more about your work. And anyways, it's great to have you here and we're really looking forward to your session. So I hand over to you. Here we go. Thank you, Nico, for joining.
Thank you very much. Hello and welcome to my talk. Why I do this talk is basically I wrote an open source library, which I thought only I need. And then now I look at it a few years later and it has 120,000 downloads and per month. So I would like to take you on a journey with me to explore a bit how could that have happened. And yeah, this is a library specifically working in Python, working on online calendars. Oh no, I need to do that. Yeah. For the structure of the talk, whenever you have a question, there are the show notes, and you can write your question in the notes. Maybe I can address them while I am talking. Maybe I can do this in the end when we have time for questions and answers. The slides are also online. You can find the link in the show notes so that you can, let's see, it's over there for you. So that you can click through the slides, go up and down, click on some links there if you don't want to listen to me, and you can basically follow your own rhythm. I'll start with talking about the history of the library, and then go into the different factors that I see as success factors for your open source project. And to name that, I'm just an open source developer who does hobby projects. I'm not part of any big company or any organization, and still I could do something that people use, and so can you. Yeah, a little bit about myself. I've got a website. Okay, but I'm living in the eco-village TP Valley right now. I live in a yurt with my family together in the United Kingdom in Wales. And when I'm coding, that looks like that. I sit in front of my burner, get my knees warmed, and have my smartphone on between my knees while I make some porridge and some tea. And yeah, basically I'm offline. Maybe once or twice a week I push my code and listen to some emails from issues, and that's basically it. So you can become a full developer of libraries and everything. You don't need to have a computer or something like this, or a stable internet connection, though that helps. Now about the library. So a few years back, we were in Brandenburg. We just created a network of different hacker and maker spaces in this rural area of Germany where nothing much is going on in the digital world. And we were faced with this question of how can we tell people when something happens somewhere else so that they can go from one village to another, from one place to another, and attend a workshop. So we wanted to have a joint calendar, and all these maker spaces, they already had calendars where they put in their few events that they made. And they shared them in an open format, the iCalendar format. WordPress at that time provided a solution so that we could join different calendars and put a website up with one calendar. But I wanted to go a bit further and make that easier for everyone, just without hosting, and also highly configurable, so that other places can show calendars in different ways without needing to set up WordPress again. And I created the Open Web Calendar project. So you could have a static site, find an ICS, a calendar link online somewhere, and display your calendar on your page. Now that's they already started facing the issue, having the online calendars, the ICS files. How do I display these events? Yeah, and the code for that became increasingly complex, so that I decided to carve that little thing out and put it into an own library. And when I look at it now, it has like 120,000 downloads per month. And I don't know even who uses it, but seemingly it's useful for people. And I want to explore with you how this could have happened. So I think one of the factors for the usefulness of the library is that I have a use case myself. So when I started, I just had these calendar files. They take one calendar, and I get all the events out of it for the time span of 2 years and put it up on a website. Yeah, so problem solved for me, everything's fine. I carve this little question out and put it into a library of between start and end, which events do take place. Yeah, and it has an easy interface, just one function, and I put that out into the world. Also, I added a license to it. I wanted to make it open source, and I chose the LGPL license. That is because I'm, again, just a hobby developer, and I do like it if I share my code and I get something back that I can just click merge. And so I like the copyleft aspect of the GPL, that I do not need any contributor license agreements, and that also people who use that library, they can be sure if there's a merge request and they use that, that they also have the right to use it, and they don't need to make anything else more sure. Yeah, and I didn't use the GPL because I just wanted to try out the LGPL. So that's my reason behind that. And with that, I had a use case, a very small one, a very rough one, and I had the license to it. It just suddenly became a common use case, and now people can use it with 2 functions. Yeah, so add a date for getting the events of a date, a month, a day maybe, and the between function still for a time range in which you can receive events. And another important thing is the interoperable base. So when you host your iCalendar, your online calendar somewhere, and you download it, you have this file, and the iCalendar module was around for a long time already to read these files and use them in Python as an object structure. Yeah, and these functions, they basically take this object structure and give back this object structure. So there is nothing new that people need to know. It's basically everything is known plus a little function that you need to read up on. So I think this one makes it quite easy for people to actually use the library. Another factor is the documentation first. Yeah, so I do like documentation. A while ago, I read this blog post about write your README file first. Yeah, and I want to stress the point that this is quite something nice, because when I write my README file first, I think about how do I feel comfortable with using my library? What would I like it to be? And on the other hand, if I write the code first and then the README, then it's more like how all these technical specialities, all these technical little things, they come creeping through as parameters or as heavy thoughts in my head of how I need to pass that on to the user, but actually I don't have to. Yeah, and with that, also it becomes clear for other people what my library should do and what it shouldn't. So when the README file says, this is what the library should do, people come back and tell you, hey, it doesn't do what it should here. There's the example, yeah? But if I just have a sparse README and no real documentation, then people will be wondering like, there's a mistake. Is it my mistake? Is that the mistake of the library? Should I maybe write a wrapper around the library so I can fix this use case? Something like that, yeah? But if the README file just states a bit boldly, yeah, that's what I can do, and it doesn't do it, it actually is a good thing because people come back and tell you that. And yeah, what I did also with the documentation is just a few answers on Stack Overflow of, hey, you could use that library, by the way. And now people start to find it and use it. Yeah. And another factor of I think, what contributed, at least for me, to this library is the feedback. Before, yeah, I had this this open web calendar, and I had my library in it, yeah, and I would get feedback only from the users of the open web calendar library, which isn't much, yeah. Maybe, oh, this event was displayed a bit falsely, yeah. But now this library is used in many other places, and I get weird calendar files that people think should work. Yeah, and we can like smooth out the edges of this library, and that also improve the main software that I wrote. So actually sharing these little pieces of my code with other people improves my main software. This is one of the learnings that I had in that place. Yeah, and I get a much higher quality in the end. Yeah, and then there's the tests that I do like. I call it test second because I do README first. Yeah, other people call it test first. And yeah, I do write this library in a test-driven way because I like green dots. Yeah, no, it also has other advantages that are not just visual. For example, the knowledge isn't lost over time. So this library is around for a few years now, and I do not want to sit in front of the library and ask myself, this line of code, should I change it or maybe should I leave it? Why did I put it in there? Yeah, I know that when the tests are green, I did a good job. Yeah, and now when the tests are green, it allows me to say, I also did a good refactoring. Yeah, there was a time when my initial way of dealing with the calendar standard was not enough to reflect the complexity of what is going on. So I needed to do a major refactoring of all the code, and the test helped me tremendously. Without them, I would have probably broken half of what other people would have expected, right? So with that, with the tests, you get a long-term maintainability. Also, and that's probably the place where you choose. Yeah, if you have your software project, you may have this really just small one function that's useful for you that might be useful for other people. If you like cut that out, put it into a library like this one, you may find that the input and the output is quite known. It's like a unit from the unit tests. Yeah. So we have the calendar files, we have the times at which we want to know which events take place. And as a third thing, we do have the events because we can look at another calendar that works properly. And with that, the whole function is 100% testable, and we can get a really high test coverage for our code. So that enables us with another, with something else that follows out of that. Because when we have these tests, and people start to create pull requests after a year or two, we can actually deal with them fast. Yeah, we can get the example, we can write a test, and so on. And when people want to look around for solutions, yeah, they look at the library, and if they see there is no release and no commit within the last 5 years, they'll think, like I do at times, if I use that library and I run into a problem, I guess nobody will fix my problem and I'll be left alone. Yeah. So they look around for other solutions. But if the last commit is from 1 month ago, or maybe half a year ago, for quite stable ones, then you would think, yeah, I can use that one. So having these tests in place also allows you to actually have a faster feedback and more feedback. And I'm really excited about PyTest. I want to show you why. Yeah. So if you look at the way that we do deal with issues in this library, because it can be tested pretty well, we find an issue, we get the example file, we write the tests, and then we implement the change. And a test may look really easy, like this 3-liner. Yeah. Basically, it's a function that takes the list of the calendars that we have. In the second line, it gets all the events from the calendar named issue 1 at a certain date. And then it makes sure in line 3 that there's only one event. And you may think that this function only runs once. No, it doesn't. PyTest allows us to run this function several times in several different environments. So, for example, we want to test it on the calendar that we got, issue 1. But I also tested on the calendar with all the events in a different order, so that I make sure that the result does not depend on the order of the events, because they can be ordered like they want to be in these in the standard. And also a third time, because Python has its own time zone implementation called Pptx or Pptx, and this is quite old now and shouldn't be used anymore. You should migrate to the newer one, which is called zone info, which is available from Python 3.7 and upwards. So Pptx allows us to run all the tests on the old time zone implementation and on the new time zone implementation. And with that, with this parameterization of tests that Pptx makes so easy, we can make sure that the module works on the latest versions and on the older versions. Yeah. So that's about the tests. I like green dots too. Yeah, I can multiply the tests with 3 or 4 if I want to. So I gotta get more tests. Yeah. And one point that I would like to say is I'd like to put the complexity last. We have this open specification for the iCalendar format, which is called RFC 5545, and it includes events and time zones. It includes journal entries, alarms, to-dos, and free busy times, and many, many more features. But if we can hide some of the complexity from people, then they are quite grateful. Yeah, just looking at the events. Here we have an example. If you open such a file, it begins with an event. Then we have a start time in line 3. It is in a certain time zone, which is UTC at this place. In line 4, we say, oh, this event repeats each Monday. Yeah. In line 5, we say, oh, but the second one doesn't happen, by the way. And in line 6, we say, we reschedule the whole thing to the 26th of March. Yeah. And then the event ends. So if we can hide this complexity away and we just say, give us the past calendar, here is the output, the list of events that take place when you want to know it, then it's quite a contribution, and we already reduce some complexity. We do not need to import much more, like alarms and so on. And another thing is, I guess, the relationship of the ecosystems. One is, for example, we have the iCalendar as a base that's already quite known, and we just plug something on top and basically give the same stuff back. So people are not, they don't need to learn so much, yeah. And that's easily achieved, I think, with shipping your small functions over to other people. And the second one is the eCal events library. It does about the same as the recurring events library. It also downloads stuff, and yeah, again, I didn't find that in the right time, or I didn't like the documentation of it. That's why I wrote my own stuff. There's the third, the ICSPy library. That's if you just want to give away your events, but you don't want to read them, you can do that easily with that one. There's the Open Web Calendar, which is, again, like where this library was created from, one example of an application that sits on top. And the XWR time zone library. And this was created because major players like Google, they are so big, they say, I don't need to work with the standard so much. I add this little attribute called XWR time zone into the calendar, and that kind of completely changes how the events are being evaluated. And then other people do a lot of guesswork of what could that have meant or not. And this library follows the same idea as I just showed in my talk, the factors. It has the use case for that library to take a non-standard calendar and produce a standard calendar so that we can query the events at certain times. It has an open license that is open source. And we wrote the documentation first. We wrote a lot of tests. The complexity again is hidden, or it's like reduced, because now people know, I just need to deal with standard calendars. And it's again a carved out little piece that could have been in the recurring eCal events library, but instead is another piece, yeah. And we already got the feedback, like one pull request that went to this library to fix one broken evaluation. Yeah, and the ecosystems relationships are the same. Yeah, with this, I would like to end my talk. I hope I have inspired you, or if you're writing your own source code, also in your hobby time, you can think about, this little function, maybe I can just ship it off as a different library on some platform, and then people can use that independently of what I do. You get a lot of engagement. You may get a lot of engagement with it. You may get improvements because it is used in places that you couldn't have thought of. Yeah, and yeah, that's basically my motivation. So even if you are just on a smartphone, you can do something that people want to use and want to develop with you. So thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to hear some questions. I also want to thank for the presentation engine. So this is a website, the FOSSASIA Summit, for being here, and the many different ways in which this is made possible. Also just developing on the smartphone. Yeah. So I'll leave the factors slide open, so we have an overview over what has happened in the talk. And yeah, I'm happy to hear some questions.
Yeah, so we have a few questions, Nico. So at first, how important is marketing your library? It would be really nice to get user feedback, says Ho Fu.
Oh, yeah. So for me, it's like I do not use the internet so often, so I don't really do marketing. I just put it on Stack Overflow a few years ago, and basically it's used now. I think it's more that people Google, hey, how I can I do this with Python? And then they go through the list of solutions, and then they find there is one, and if it works for them, they use it. Yeah, so I don't really do any marketing. Yeah.
Okay. Then one question that I feel, so the challenge with online calendars is that some things work well on one calendar app, some on others. For example, there's an issue with links and rich text in the event descriptions in calendars, and they display well on some calendars and they display as HTML on others. It seems like some aspects of calendars aren't fully standardized, or none of the calendar apps follows the standard. Do you have some insights here?
Yeah, I also encountered that. Like, even if you look at when you subscribe from the to the FOSSASIA calendar from Eventyay, you'll see that there's HTML code in there. And one of the things I think is that maybe there are recommendations for how to parse it in the standard, or there might be a non-standard attribute that specifically targets HTML things. And it's also the way that sometimes it's just easy to copy and paste the thing in without putting it through something that removes the HTML code. Yeah, so that is still there. The standard is quite expressive in many ways, and as end user, you will probably recognize when the description is a bit weird. Whereas it's, I think mostly the apps support then displaying the events at the right time, which is, I guess, most of something that would be wrong or bad if it wouldn't be right. So yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I also wonder, for example, like especially like here with the Eventyay calendar and the description, and so it seems to work, for example, on Google Calendar. It doesn't work on Thunderbird, but Thunderbird has an issue that people work on like already for over a year. And because like Google Calendar on Thunderbird has the same issue, and then like Outlook calendars, a lot of businesses still use Outlook. Yeah. So it's I wish it would be easier and they would just all follow one standard that everyone else can also stick to, right?
Yes, yes.
So then there's a question here from Mark. Mark is wondering where exactly in Germany is that eco-village, but I thought I heard that it's in the UK. And does it hinder you working on tech?
I could say it would hinder me to work on tech in the ways that people in the normal society work on tech. Yeah, because when you live in an eco-village or in this place, your rhythm is more in tune with nature and you slow down much more. Yeah. And now I'm here in Germany in a house, yeah, and since I've got more sensitive through living in nature, what I was here before, yeah, but I didn't recognize like that I get like anxiety sometimes or just stress out of nothing, yeah. So there's a different way of living, and so there's a different way of working with tech. Even another thing is that what we did is, what we used to say is that we don't use the internet, but we use the human net. That is something that we have forgotten to use. It's like when you calm down and you ask the universe for something, then answers will arrive, yeah, and you don't need to use WhatsApp and do it now, but you can kind of trust that a solution will arrive at the time that is like convenient to everyone, and not just to the haste of needing to do it now, yeah. So it's a bit weird on calendars then, right? Because I'm quite detached from that at the moment. There, I don't even know which weekday it is. So yeah, it's not a hindrance. It's just a different way of doing it, and I think it is not considered in many places to have software run offline. But for example, the apps on F-Droid are open source, and generally people publishing open source software also keep in mind that they don't need to like keep people with them, yeah, like put their claws into them, but they are more freely giving, and with that they also allow people to work offline without the dependency and the oversight of a big company behind it. So that's also something that I value open source software for. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, nice to hear that you always have some interesting things to share from your life, always some exciting things happening. And what is left for me is to say thank you very much for this presentation. It's a useful application for many users. I also wonder how we can use it more in the FOSSASIA community. So I hope a lot of people are inspired and also look at the project and check how they can integrate it potentially. So I think in that way, you're quite good at marketing. Yeah. So please send regards from myself, and also I think from the whole team, to your family and to the people around you. And I wish you a very nice evening. Thank you very much.
I wish you a nice further conference. I'll be checking in and listening, and see you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and we have a next talk coming up soon. We are moving now from like Python topics to other topics, and the next talk will be about Kotlin sealed classes versus Java sealed classes, hashtag Slikeless, from Lothar Schulz. And please give us a couple of minutes to set Lothar up here, and then we will start with this session. So Lothar, I just unlocked you here, and so you should now be able to switch on your cam, and you also need to activate your microphone. So there's an option on the bottom of the screen for you where you can click the headphone symbol, and there's a pop-up then, and you need to choose the microphone option for that pop-up. Yeah, no, you still have the headphones. Like on the bottom of the screen, there are a few symbols, like in blue. One of those symbols is the headphones. Please click that one. Click again. No. You need to click again 2 times. Click 2 times. Yeah, and now you have the option to activate your microphone.
1, 2, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, easy. So, well done. And so, Lothar, I don't know, will you be sharing slides? Do you have PDF or web share?
So, no slides, but IDE. So I need to share my screen.
Yes, you should already have that option.
Still disabled for now.
So I think a screen share, you have the presenter rights already. So there are also 4 buttons, and the bottom on the right is the screen share.
Yeah. So I I need to change my preferences. So potentially I have to restart my browser, but let's see.
Okay, yeah, no problem. We are here. We still have a couple of minutes. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Take your time.
Okay, so I need to restart my browser. I'll be back soon.
Cool. We are here, and yeah, I just like have some conversation here with the audience then. So if you're here at the live event, I know a lot of people are watching actually the streams on YouTube or on China or elsewhere. China networks or elsewhere. But if you're here in the session, I'd be very interested, where are people tuning in from? If you would like to share where you are right now, that would be interesting. So please put in the chat your city or region and the country where you are, to have a bit of the feeling, where are the people here in this session, where are people coming from? I see a lot of different names. Yeah, we just also heard Nico is always like between the UK and Germany now, so we have a few people here in the European region, but I also see like Japanese names. I see Arabic names maybe, or is it Indian? I don't know. So if you like to share where you are from, then please add it here in the chat. You can also add it later whenever you have time, just like so we get a bit of a feeling who we are reaching here with this event. And I see already some people post in here right now. Sahid, for example, from Chennai in India, or like here we have somebody from Kanto in Vietnam. So that's really nice. Yeah, please guys, interact. We can't be together here. We can't be right in the same space like at the usual events, but we are connected. We can try to connect with each other. I see Lothar is back now, and I will unlock Lothar again. So Lothar, you need to do the same procedure that you just did. Please do it again. And okay, I see you're already coming up, and the same thing with the microphone again. Perfect, yeah. Because in the past we had some people who said, "Oh yeah, I switched on. Let me try out the video and so on," and it was in the middle of a session. So we decided, okay, let's unlock the people so they don't do something wrong by chance. Can you test the microphone, please?
1, 2. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect, like crystal clear. Fantastic. And we also see your slides. There's still this hide button. Maybe you hide that you are sharing the slides, so we have them nice and blue and focus on your content. Yes, perfect. And we are all set then for this session. And I would like to introduce you, Lothar. So Lothar Schulz is the head of engineering at Miro, or Miro, I think in English. And Lothar is a communicative, enthusiastic, and dedicated manager with extensive experience of software development and software lifecycle management in the mobility, retail, internet, mobile, telecommunications, and font industries. He's able to initiate projects and give new impulses with a proven leadership skills involving motivating teams to achieve their objectives. First-class analytical and problem-solving skills he's able to adapt very quickly to fast-moving and international environments, cope with pressure, and set priorities, keeping track of the full picture, therefore knowing thoroughly what needs to be done in all fields. And then, Lothar, I find an interesting fact, which means you are fluent in English and love to code. Well, I think otherwise you would not be here. And we are very pleased to read that. And excited to have you. So thank you very much for joining, and the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mario, for those nice intro words. Today, I want to talk to you about Java sealed classes and Kotlin sealed classes. And I promised this to be slideless. And what you see right now is not a slide, right? It's a Miro board. I work for Miro. We do boards. That's why I use, of course, Miro boards. And in case you want to follow up with that very small Miro board, please scan the QR code, and then you can you can have those information. Mario gave a longer intro than I wanted to introduce myself. So just in case you want to follow up with more social media stuff I do, please follow the links. I do all of that in my spare time, as Mario correctly said. So I'm head of engineering, the teams that I serve. We own backend representation of all Miro boards, which is a lot. Let's go into the topic real quick. I start first with Java sealed classes and then Kotlin sealed classes. I want to show you some code. I want to do some live coding with you. And at the end, I'm happy to get your questions. Java sealed classes was actually the point that made me propose this talk, because with 17, the JDK 17, which is LTS, I came across that. I used Kotlin sealed classes before. I was interested on how does it look in Java. And once I dive deep into that, I found out it existed as preview already with JDK 15. And the main point of sealed classes in Java is that, and by the way, also sealed interfaces exist in Java, to define their permitted subtypes. And it can look like this very simplistic example here. We would use a keyword sealed. We would define our class, and with the keyword permits, we would define the subtypes that for that sealed class. And in the definition of the subtypes, we would have to extend the parent class, and we would have to use keywords like final or others to make that sound for the compiler. And that setup, Java comes with that setup with some constraints that are important to keep in mind. So those subclasses, they must belong to the same module as the sealed class. And they must explicitly extend the sealed class with the extend keyword, for example, if you use a class. And you'll have to define modifiers. I showed you final before, and sealed, non-sealed are also options. Now let's look at how Kotlin sealed classes look like. In my mind, those are super enums. So this is not an official definition or an official description, but still, this is how I think of those. And the reason for that is that in Kotlin sealed classes, you define a lot of subclasses, often as data classes. And those data classes often save state. And they are super because you are very, very free in how you define those subclasses. And I hope later I can also show that to you. More like an official way of describing Kotlin sealed classes is that those allow developers to fix type hierarchies and also have a handle on who is allowed to create new subclasses and who is not. All right, that was it for the introduction. Now let's look at some code. This is IntelliJ. This is some Kotlin code. And this overall project does the following. It reads a GitHub organization and prints out the list of repositories. And I hope my code works right now. So let's check it out. The build is successful, and this looks also good. So in this specific organization, I have 2 repositories, and they are correctly read. So that's the organization, in case you want to find it on GitHub. And I also share the link later with you. And now I have one function, and that function verifies the GitHub organization. So I'm going to use a library. The library is the GitHub API library for Java. It's initiated by KK. He was also the initiator of the Jenkins CI server. And that library provides a GitHub object. And that GitHub object has a method, it has a method, get me the organization. And unfortunately, that method can throw an IO exception. And in this implementation, if an IO exception is thrown, it returns null. And in Kotlin and in many other languages, we don't like to return null. And now with sealed classes, I try to explain to you how this code can be improved. before we can actually improve the function itself, we need, or I need to start a new sealed class that holds those data that I want. And for that,
is it possible to increase the font size a bit?
Yes, let me do that. Oh, wait, I thought it was possible.
Maybe in view or something up there. Yeah.
Maybe there is. So let's assume I'm gonna use this. Would that help?
Yes, perfect. Looks very good. Thank you.
Okay, good. I now need to switch from time to time back and forth because I need to create some classes, but whenever possible, I go with the presentation mode. So first, I need to create a sealed class, and I'm gonna call this class GitHub organization. And now I have the sealed class, and now I need something in there. And for that, I'm lazy, right? As any other developer, I'm also lazy. So I'm going to use another sealed class that I wrote before, and I use that as a inspiration source. And now I enter the, okay, very good, that works. So I use the same mechanics as in this sealed class. I want to be able to react on the success state, so the GitHub organization exists, or the failure case, the GitHub organization does not exist. For example, because there is a string provided that references an organization that doesn't exist. So in the success case, I'm going to define a data class. And in that data class, I want to hold the handle to the actual GitHub organization from the library. And that is a gh.org for me. And now the IDE is smart enough to give me a hint what type that could be. So that's the type that I'm going to use, and I make it short. And sealed classes in Kotlin, they request you to refer to the implicit constructor. And this is how I do this. And now I have a first data class for my sealed class, which is for the success case. And now I'm going to do the same for the failure case. And in the failure case, there will be some error message. So something will tell me whatever went wrong, at least I hope so. So I'm going to define an arrow, and that's just a string because that's the error message. And as before, I'm going to use the implicit constructor to make the compiler happy. Now I have this sealed class with two data classes. And now you may spot already the super notion of the super enums. So this type is completely different than that type, right? And in Kotlin, you can do anything you want, and you can give it any type you want for those data classes. And that's something that really makes it kind of super to me. And that's why I liked so much the super part in super enums. So he's not happy with that, but we don't need this data class anyway. So let's look on how we can use this. So I need to exit the presentation mode for a minute and need to go back to my original code. So here we have now the function, and I want to use this data class. So I'm gonna, wait, where is my class? Here's my class. I'm gonna put this on the side so we can see this. And now again, go into the presentation mode. And here's my function that I want to change. In the success case, what I want is I want a data class to be invoked. Once I do this, I need as a parameter this gh.org that is of type gh organization, and this instance is provided to me with the get organization call. So now I have usage of my data class, and now the compiler is not happy because the return value is different from what I defined above. So see here, I defined here that the return value is of type gh organization. It can be null or it can be an instance. And now the return value is different. Now I use my data class as a return value. And then the compiler is happy for the success case, but unhappy for the failure case. And luckily, I prepared the failure case. And now I can do something similar than in the success case. And I can use my failure data class in order to have a container for this. And I'm going to use a localized message for the failure case in case an exception happened. So now, from my perspective, the code of the function looks way better because there is no null returned anymore. And failure and success and many other cases can be handled with the data class that I called GitHub organization. You may notice that the footprint now changed. The return value is different. So let's look on how this function is called and what we can do about this. So here we go. And here the compiler gives me yet another error. So earlier the code was in a way that GitHub organization in line 43 can be null. So I had to deal with the fact that it's null. I used the let statement to make sure only if it's not null, the list of repositories is generated and then printed out. Now this method, this value is of different type. So I need to deal differently with the situation. And Kotlin has a nice way of dealing with those data classes, which is pattern matching. And what is used here is the when statement. So when that value has a certain type, we can ask for the type. And we start with the GitHub organization success case. And in case there is a success, we'll do something. And let's do this something. I'm going to reuse some of the code I have down here. And now I need to provide the right value because the compiler is not happy with that it, because this it doesn't exist anymore. And here the right value is the gh.org that I defined in the data class. So let me show you this one more time. See here, this is the gh.org that is of type gh organization, like the library provides. And that is exactly what the list org repo expects. And now we are almost ready to go, but I forgot one thing, which is whenever you use pattern matching, whenever you use pattern matching with when, it needs to be exhaustive. And you now also see the hint that the IDE provides. And there are two options. One option is that you say else. And I encourage you not to do that because this is a catch-all. And in case you define additional data classes on your sealed class, then you may forget to handle those cases differently. So I'm going to be explicit. And I say, in case it's a failure, I do something else. And in this case, I just say print me the error message that is describing the failure on the command line. Again, I believe the code is much improved. Instead of handling nulls with a let statement, we are very explicit because we have a value which refers to a sealed class. That sealed class can be pattern matched, and you have those cases that you defined in the data class where you pattern match on and where you decide what is the actual logic that you want to do. This is logic number 1, and this is logic number 2. So hopefully that whole code works. For that, I need to exit the presentation mode and start the terminal one more time and start the code one more time. So hopefully that works. The build is successful, which looks good, and also the repositories are as expected. Now let's see how that looks in Java. By the way, Mario, how much more time do I have? Is it?
You have around 7 minutes more time.
Okay, good. I won't be able to finish that in 7 minutes. At least not what I planned to do. Anyway, let me try to give you a hint on how it works with Java. So in Java, I prepared a similar situation. In this, the method is repositories, and again, there is an IO exception that can be thrown, and if that happens, it returns null, and that's not the way I expect the code to be. That's why I want to change that, and I do change that with a new package, and I call it. So the package is only there for, I call it repository, and the package is only there because I want the code a little bit to be ordered. And here, so I wanted to show you sealed classes in Java, but now I'm going to shortcut and I start with sealed interfaces. In the code on GitHub, you also find the examples for sealed classes. So that's an interface. And what I want here is a GitHub repository. And again, I'm lazy. I'm going to use another code that I wrote before. And here, let me enter the presentation mode one more time. So I'm going to use the sealed keyword for the interface, and then I'm going to define the subclasses. In this case, those are not subclasses, permits. In this case, those are records, and to define what is allowed. And it's one success case. I'm pretty sure you know what is the next, which is there. Okay, now I need to define those classes, and for that I need to exit the presentation mode. I'm sorry for this jumping back and forth. And I'm going to do, again, yet another cheating. So I need a new Java class, which is a record, and it's the success. Oops, sorry, this was wrong. This was wrong. Here, it needs to go here. Record. And another record, which is failure. All right, and now I need to define what is the parent class, and I use the implement keyword for that, and that's the parent class. And I do that for the success case too. And similar to the Kotlin case, I define an arrow string that holds the arrow for me, and I define a GH organization object that contains the GH organization. Now that looks promising. And now I need to go back to my method to change the code. So let me enter the presentation mode one more time. Now I'm going to return a new GitHub repository success in case list repositories returns me the list that I want. And now what's wrong about this one? It's a list. It's a list. Let me fix that later. And also, what would have been an issue in case I wouldn't change this. So I'm going to change the return value. It's my data class. In this specific case, my sealed interface. And also for the other case, I'm going to return similar to the Kotlin example. I'm going to return a record, which gets me the localized message in the arrow. Now, the list repositories returns a list, but GitHub repository does not have a list, but only one organization, and that must be a list of GH organizations. And now that needs to be imported. Hey, come on. Can you import it, please? Yes, import class. Yeah. Okay, good. That looks good. And now this needs to be imported as well. Okay. And now it still has this list GH repository. Was I wrong with the definition that I did here? Yes, I was wrong. So that must be GH repository. That needs to have a semicolon. Okay, good. Now the function works, at least from a compile perspective, and there is still one problem because the return value is different. Mario, do I have 3 more minutes?
I think we can extend like a couple of minutes. Sure.
Thank you. Now I need to react on the success and on the failure case. And what is so far expected is a GH repository item from the actual library. But what I provide is my own sealed interface / the specific records that implement that interface. So in Java, you would do take those cases with an if statement, and you would ask this repos, which instance of is that guy? And the instance would be GitHub organization repository success. And if it's a success, then let's do something about this. And in case it's not a success, and the instance is different, in this case, then handle the failure. Oops, sorry. Now I need to go back. I clicked on the wrong thing. Sorry for that. So this is where I wanted to click. Yeah. So I need to go through the failure case. And now let's double check what is the error here. Ah, the type is wrong. So okay. And now something it doesn't like. Okay. Now in the success case, I can use the object retrieve. Wait, this is strange. So this was wrongly named. I'm sorry for this. This is really confusing now. Nevertheless, what happens here is that I can iterate over this, and I can execute it for each that I wanted. That should have been called a repository and not Gtk. This was my bad. And in the failure case, GitHub organization failure, there is this error message, and similar to the Kotlin case, I would just print it out in case an error happens. And last but not least, I want to tell you one thing about this Java case. What is really nice about this instance operator is you don't only check for the type. In this specific case, for the record type, you can also give it a label. And that label is a handle to the instance. So I can use that instance and I can call methods or methods that are defined for that. To wrap it up, if you want to compare Java and Kotlin and you come across sealed classes, from my perspective, there is no major difference. With JDK 17, Java really caught up, especially this sealed interfaces / records approach that Java now offers is, from my perspective, on par with the Kotlin approach. Personally, I still like the Kotlin approach a little bit better because the sealed class plus the data classes, they all fit nice into one file. Whereas in Java, you will have interfaces and records, at least in my version, in different files. But that's such a small difference that you can't really say one approach is better than the other. In case you need to decide Kotlin or Java for a given project, other things like how good are the developers that you work with in one or the other language are way more important. The sealed class approach is, at least from a conceptual point of view, almost the same. And I hope that code helps you to remember that. And in case you can't remember, please scan one more time the QR code. You find down there the GitHub repository with the code, also with the sealed classes in Java that I couldn't live code with you. And now I'm going to take questions if there is time for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, a question. One thing about the repository, I think the QR code shows the correct link, but the link below is like GitHub / there's probably the user account missing. I tried that link.
Oh, no. This is an organization. So I created an extra organization.
Okay.
But let me check afterwards if that organization is available publicly. Maybe I made a mistake. Then I'm gonna fix it.
Yes, I think that's the issue. Just make it public, then probably the link works. Perfect. And there's a question from Nico. In OOP, one would put the dispatch not into a case statement in brackets when is, but into the object. For example, use the null object pattern. How would you evaluate these two approaches with pro and cons for your personal coding style and the code base you find useful working with them? Which one is more practiced or convenient?
Sorry, the line broke off.
Also in the shared notes, if you look at this, the brother on the left-hand side is also in the shared notes, so you can read it. And also Nico has another question on the chat, but maybe we can get your idea about this question.
Okay, yeah. So probably Nico is right. I can't verify that right now. Whenever I do Kotlin, my personal style of Kotlin is functional. Functional programming in terms of pure programming, so specific return values, no side effects. And that's why I use this when. In my mind, this fits better into that functional style of programming. This is a personal pro. I can't really come up with objective pros or cons right now. I hope my personal pro point helps you.
Okay, perfect. Maybe you can also check out the chat. There are some other comments after words. We are now at the end of this session. I think we should definitely go deeper into this topic in future. Like Kotlin was promised as the future, and now we find that Java is somehow catching up. Very interesting to learn about it. And looking forward to what's happening, what's going on then next steps with these programming languages. Lothar, thank you very much for joining us and giving us those insights live. Other people always pre-record, and if there's an issue, they can record again. You do it live, and chapeau for that. And thank you very much for joining. Have a good evening, and hope we stay in touch. We keep in touch. Thank you very much, Lothar.
Thanks for having me. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, and we have now the next session coming up in a moment, which is about ETA, the first open source 5G LTE connected edge cloud platform with Aris. Aris, I'm giving you now here the rights to join us in this session. I make you also a presenter, and I unlock you. So Aris, you should be able to activate your microphone now by clicking the headphones symbol and then clicking it again. And I see you already putting on the webcam. Awesome. So, Aris, perfect. Okay, please. Does the microphone work for you?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Clear and crystal sound with you. Aris, may I know where are you from and how do we pronounce your name correctly? Because I feel it's a bit like Spanish influence, it's a bit like Asian influence, it's a lot of influences. And okay. I think in English, we pronounce it in one way. How do you say your full name?
My name is Aris.
And then Cahyadi Ristianto, or how is it?
Cahyadi Ristianto.
Cahyadi Ristianto. Okay, yeah. Well, right, always name. And where do you come from? Where is your name from?
I'm from Indonesia, but currently I'm in Singapore.
Okay, great. And so your name is Indonesian or also some European influences? There's so many influences in Indonesia, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
I think I have some same problem. Maybe I need to restart the browser.
Okay, no problem. But you already know how to get in, and
yes.
We wait for you. Thank you very much. Then just come back in a moment.
Okay, I will
Yeah, we
start
have
my
these.
browser. Okay. Yeah.
Sure. We have these different screen resolutions. We have the browser permissions. Actually, right now, for like probably a lot of people who are into security, they know about this. There are a lot of browser updates recently, and these browser updates change security permissions. And some people said to me, "Oh, you should do online events anytime, but not in this month, because at the moment a lot of updates are happening. People need to give additional permissions and so on." If anyone here who's listening knows something how we can avoid any issues, please let us know. We're always open for it. But yeah, these are the challenges of this time. However, we made it all happen nevertheless, and I see Aris is already coming back in. So we are getting to the end of the event, but still a few sessions. So guys, stay tuned. We have some other interesting sessions coming up. We had different topics today, security, we had Python and so on. And now we're coming to the topic of cloud and DevOps again. So the upcoming sessions will be focusing on this topic. And I unlock Aris again and make you presenter, Aris. So you should be able to activate yourself again. And I see like quite some exchange here on the chat. So this is the advantage. If you're watching in a stream, all is good. But if you want to get in touch with the speakers, I recommend to you, come to the Eventyay website, sign up and get a ticket and join us here at the session live. The advantage is you always have the possibility to interact directly with speakers in the chat or post the question here in the shared notes. But anyway, we love you guys. We're happy if you join us. And Aris, I see like more and more people dropping in, especially for your talk. Very nice. You are perfectly prepared. Let's check your microphone again before we start the session. No, you need to unmute still.
Yeah. How about now?
Yes, perfect. So cool. So let's start. So welcome everyone to the session ETA, the first open source 5G LTE connected edge cloud platform session here. The session is here done by Aris Jayadi Ristianto. I think it wasn't perfect, but Aris, if you can tell us your name in a moment in the session again, would be nice. There are some interesting facts about you. Aris is interested in the future internet architecture and open source networking, including SDN, so software-defined networking, NFV, network function virtualization, and cloud computing. Aris was selected as an ambassador for the Open Networking Foundation organization since 2018 and the ambassador's steering team as of in 2019. He's currently working as a research fellow or senior researcher at the National University of Singapore, also known as NUS, and assistant program director in technology at the National Cybersecurity R&D Laboratory, NCL, Singapore, to build the future internet, cloud computing, and cybersecurity test beds. So an international person here at the session. Aris, great having you here, and we're really excited to hear more about you. Here we go. Thank you very much for joining.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. So I repeat, my name is Aris Cahyadi Ristianto. You can call me Aris. Okay. Officially, I'm a research fellow at NUS, National University of Singapore. But today I'm represent ONF, Open Networking Foundation, to discuss about the ETA project, which is first open source 5G LTE connected edge cloud platform. Okay, before we go to the details, let me give you some highlight or maybe introductions to the what is the hybrid cloud services. Okay, this was my presentations in one of the events in Apricot. So in here, I want to emphasize that we have what they say like slightly changes in our internet architecture. as you can see here, now you can say like the main internet, right, or the core of the internet basically is owned by big company like Google, Facebook, Amazon, or any other OTTs, and then left with the very small part of the network actually is done by the internet service provider. Okay, it's already known. That's like a very huge trend and effort. But the good thing is it gives you a different way to provide networking. It can be global network interconnect, virtual private cloud, hybrid cloud networking, and so on. Okay, so and then if we take a look more closely on the cloud side, okay, so it's very obvious that you will have the community clouds like Amazon, Google Cloud, or what they say Azure, and then you will have telco cloud, which is usually having by the provider, and then now everybody is shifting a little bit to the edge cloud, that cloud that very close to the users to give more what they say very good user experience. And then the issue is somebody say that maybe it's complicated, like adding some complexity, but some other people say it may give you another what they say opportunity where we can deploy what we call hybrid cloud services. Okay, now the example of the hybrid cloud services, I mean, one of the example is 5G connected edge cloud. And then if we relate with the what they say the current transformations in the digital era, they call it like enabling digital transformations using this 5G technology. Okay, so I just gave you a little bit what they say background why this 5G what they say it's ecosystem, right, like open enterprise transformations, so they can use the 5G connections to build their, I don't know, IT sensors networking, or maybe like AI, ML, and AR and VR to support the what we call industry 4.0. So everybody will try to what they say compete in this what they say transformations to build the infrastructures based on the 5G. Okay, and then you can see here some numbers that actually to do this transformations, actually you need the connectivity, software, hardware, and services together. Okay, and then the problem is how we can provide this kind of platform that can support these transformations. Okay, of course, we can always come back to the history, and history may be repeat. Okay, here in the old days we know the Solaris, and we also know the Symbian OS, right? And then in that time, I think it's very clear that they can give very good what they say like solutions to, I mean, for different type of services, different type of what they say innovations. But the issue with that solution actually is purposely built. Okay, it's only working for some specific hardware and cannot be shared with others vendor and so on. So what we call closed and proprietary. And then after that, Linux and Android came, right? So it's begun the what they say like the transformations of the operating system, and it becomes the transformations of the mobile operating system. Okay, and then why those two become very powerful on the for the solutions for the transformations, because both of them actually generally purpose built, and then of course open source. right? So you can always use it and then enhance it and then give it back to the community. Okay, so imagine if in the what they say 5G connected edge platform, right? So if we can have some similar solutions like Androids, okay, that can run in many different hardwares, okay, can be CPU, it can be what they say the LED, can be what is the sensor and all those things, right? And then of course some additional hardware libraries, and then you have some platform, okay, that similar to Android for the phones. And then you can also add some specific build platform, okay, IoT, AI, or whatever. And then in the top of this one, you can build many different applications. Okay, and it's not fine. I mean, or it's not really what they say dependent on the hardware itself. Okay. So and then the most important actually, this platform can be connected to the cloud. So imagine if your Android phones, right, actually is connected to the cloud and then doing updates seamlessly, so storing some data automatically, and so on and so on. Even sometimes you can push some configurations in your phones, right? So similarly, you may be able to push some of the configuration from the central public cloud into the enterprise edge cloud. So this is the idea of the main Aether that we want to achieve. Okay, so that's why ONF as one of the foundations for open source networking. So try to build a platform called Aether, especially for 5G connected edge cloud platform. Okay, so basically the main reasons, as we mentioned, want to use this platform to enable 5G driven industry 4.0 initiative. So the main key actually, it can be provide connectivity services, either 5G or CBRS or any other type of connectivity. Okay, and then what they say, it should be robust, similar that provided by the service providers. Okay, and then this connectivity services actually is connected to the cloud, so you can do many things that you cannot do in here. You can offload some of the what they say services in here, like doing the AI or machine learning. Okay, and then the last but not least, actually it can be used for any different applications, whether the applications is required the high bandwidth, low bandwidth, what they say low latency, and so on. It should be capable to manage this type of applications by doing the end-to-end slicing. Okay, and then all this surface or the solution actually is managed by the cloud managed open source platform. Okay, so what actually what they say what is the unique of this platform that want to offer to the community? Okay, basically there are many innovations that actually what they say already done previously or currently still ongoing, but in this specific platform, we try to combine all together, right? For example, like the 5G, 4G edge cloud, and then cloud native edge platform, end-to-end slicing, SDN, network programming, and then network verification, and so on. And the last but not least, actually, this is the more important. The platforms will be able to run in the open source software, and then in the you can say like open source hardware. Okay, so the benefits, yeah, of course, is similar that the main what they say the main purpose of the Aether was built. Okay, the economics, of course, because we want to have platform which is what they say efficient in terms of the cost. to be built. And then secure, of course, you need to have some hardware that can be programmable, specifically programs for your needs. Okay, so you can remove all these functions that you may not require. And then similarly, you can control the what they say the traffic. I mean, from the for your network. And then of course, hybrid cloud, as I mentioned, right? So you able to deploy some of the components in the edge cloud, but some in the central cloud. So this is some of the benefits that actually ITER want to achieve in this effort. Yeah. Okay. In other view, you can see the ITER platform is in the middle. Okay, try to provide these three components that we have discussed before, and then running in the top of the white boxes. It can be CPU, it can be GPU, it can be TPU, TPU, or any other type of hardware that can be easily programmable. And then, of course, in the top you may also has the third-party additional platform, special for AI or IoT or anything else. And then the applications should be easy for the user to be developed. Okay, like similar like you develop the applications in Android, right? So you don't care about all the almost don't care about the hardware and all those things. Okay, as long it can run in the platform, it will be run in any hardware. Yeah. Okay, and then the purpose can be used in many different industries. Can be office for the surveillance, and then the sensors in the factory or IoT, and so on and so on. Yeah. Okay, so let's talk a little bit more details about the components of the ITER. So because we talk about the edge cloud platform, so we need to have these two different part of the components of ITER. One is what we call ITER connected edge or ACE. Okay, basically is all the what they say the physical connections that connected to the users will be here, and then some of the what they say like here is like programmable switches. Okay, and then it controlled by the what we call ONOS. ONOS is one of the SDN controllers. And then in radio side, we have what we call RIC, Radio Intelligent Controller, that specifically what they say manage what they say the radio communications between all the users and devices. Yeah. And then in the top of these two different type of controllers, okay, so you need to have these applications, okay, different applications for different purposes. And then of course there is some additional applications that we can build in the top of this platform components. And then imagine if you have many different sites, okay, or different ACE components. So you need to have the centralized what they say management system, right? So that's why we control this distributed ACEs with these two different functions. One is the ITER connectivity control, and the other is ITER management platform. So basically, what what operation that did by the AMP basically is how that did by the AMP basically is how to prepare the infrastructure based on the SDN, software defined networking, and then how to provide the software defined radio access and some of the closed loop control. For example, if there is any attack in the system, so the systems will be able to react and so on and so on. Yeah. Okay, so let's look more detail on the management platform. Because the EMP is placed in the cloud environment. It can be in public cloud like Google, Amazon, or Azure. So basically, it's already full on software. Okay, so basically what we use in here actually all the open source software that use for different purposes, right? So we use it for the runtime operation control. Okay, like all the controllers has been used here. And then for logging monitoring, I think everybody knows that we have Prometheus, Grafana, and PLK. And then for lifecycle management, I mean, how you push your what they say any changes in the platform, right? Either software patch or or even new versions, and how you will push into the platform. So you have a different type of tools like Jenkins, Terraform, or Docker container or whatever. Yeah. So basically, it's I mean, because it's already in the cloud, so any cloud-based solutions can be used to deploy this entire management platform. Okay, so platform is only platform if we not really deploy in the real world, right? So basically, in the simple case, we may need to have a central public cloud, okay, for the management, and then you will have many sites here, okay, and then of course some controllers to control the network, and then some applications need to be in place. Okay, so this is the current situations of the Ether network that deploy in the worldwide and operated by ONF. So imagine ONF like one of the operator of the 5G 4G network across the globe. So there is some what they say collaborations that like voluntarily deploy the Ether and then connect to the ONF platform. And then in terms of the what they say management platform is also hosted in the public cloud like Google. Okay, and then there are more sites coming to become the ACE, the connected edge. Okay, so and then it's maintained totally similar to the cloud native applications. So you have the CI/CD pipelines, you have what they say DevOps, what they say a cycle, and so on and so on. Yeah. Okay, so there is an example of the what they say applications that we can be deployed in the Ether platform. Basically, it's doing the something like AI, what say things in the centralized cloud by using some sensors in the what they say ACE, in the connected edge. And then I mean it done in almost real time. Yeah. And then in terms of the management, because all the components are built on the softwares. Okay, so of course we should be able to monitor all the components performance, right? Connectivity, load, utilization, and so on, using web available open source tool. Yeah. Here the example we use the Grafana, and then we also use a Rancher to deploy what they say a Kubernetes cluster. Okay, so what's next? This is some example how some of the organizations like what they say responding to this initiative. So Department of Defense US gave some project to build the what they say they call it like closed loop control of the network. Okay, and then there is some what they say some new company initiated by the ONF to focus on generating or creating the solutions or applications for the 5G for enterprise. And then recently there is announcement that the Ether is released as open source software under the permissive Apache 2.0 open source license. So I mean some of the members already have their what they say capability to build the platform, and then they want to share with the more bigger community so they can also try the same thing. Yeah. Okay, so we are not alone. So many, you can say like the hardware vendor, software vendors, operators try to help these efforts to build this, what they say, either build the testbed or even build the platform itself. And then the most important, actually, we invite many of the different type of communities, right, to join the efforts, whether you are enterprise, whether you are ecosystem partners, or whether you are university campuses, or maybe only open source developer. So to join and contribute to this open source effort. Yeah. So if you want to test, don't worry. When I've give what they say the example of the what they say the customized box that can run the full set of the Aether. Okay, so and then to know how the Aether works, how the Aether is being developed, how the Aether is being operated, and so on and so on. So you may try this the GitHub code, and then see whether do you have any interest that can be what they say used as a contributions to the ONF. Yeah. Okay, thank you. I will be happy to take some questions. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for this talk. And I see we have questions, for example, from Nico. Nico, would you like to ask your question directly, personally? Because I know that your microphone is working.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I personally have heard the first time about edge clouds, and it sounds very interesting. And just from a perspective of somebody wanting to understand this virtual thing that happens there, is like, right now I imagine it like the server code is split up into and is running in many different components. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And kind of when I walk from through the town from one mast to another, the server code kind of like hops with me from one mast to another. Is that the idea? Can I understand it like this?
Yes, basically, imagine you have, I mean, you are the enterprise or company, right? You have many branches, right? And then in some of your branches, you have the factory, right? So, and then you want to build the network for each of your brands, right? And then all the brands will be connected. Okay, so that's why you will deploy the edge component in each branch, and then you will maintain centralized from your headquarters. Yeah. So whether it is clear?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I have another question too.
Okay.
You'd like to? So
yeah.
My question is like again, first time I hear about this, my question is like, who has an interest in developing this, and where is it that I would encounter that? Like maybe as a person who just has a smartphone on the street, how does it benefit me, or which companies or which services will most likely be going towards edge cloud?
Okay, I think because the presentation of the shifting the internet architecture, right? Now the access part is become very small, okay, and everybody can go in and deploy the network, right? So now you can say like all the providers or even some enterprises is battling to deploy this kind of access network, right? Yeah. The idea is how you can give the platform that can everybody can deploy by yourself, whether it's service provider or whether it's enterprise, right? You have what they say, the platform, the hardware, the minimal hardware, and then you can put the platform into it, so you can deploy. So the target basically is can be service provider, it can be like private enterprises that want to build the high performance, you can say like edge connected cloud network. Yeah, something like this.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I see some more questions, and maybe you would like to discuss more details here in the chat a few more minutes. So definitely nice and interesting here, and yeah, something new for some people. So new things are always interesting. Aris, thank you very much for sharing insights. You were already here last year, and we see you here again. So it's very nice to keep in touch, and yeah, we continue to stay in touch and hope to see you around.
Okay, thank you, Mario. Bye.
Have a good evening. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Yeah, bye-bye. Thank you.
And yeah, next is a talk from Ilya Verbitsky. Please give us a couple of minutes to share, to set everything up and share the details here. And the session will be on building scalable WordPress site on AWS. So we are here in a moment, and just set it quickly up. So Ilya, I see you are here already, and I will give you the presenter rights and unlock you and give you the presenter rights. So you need to click the headphones symbol in order to twice in order to activate your microphone, and then we can check how things are working and start the session in a moment.
Hi, Mario. Can you hear me?
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
We can hear you. How about your webcam?
Okay, let's give it a try. Hello. Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, so
Very
let me load the slides.
Okay, and the slides. So you have PDF, or you will share?
It is PDF.
Yes. So PDF. Please go to the the plus icon on the left-hand side, and there's an option like to share media. Please upload the PDF there.
Okay. Loading.
Okay, perfect. And yeah. So Ilya, you're in Singapore, or where are you right now?
In Singapore.
Yes.
So, you know, like my short movement here just to travel around Asia, and I'm being like 4+ years.
Yes, exactly, right. So long. And so how are things for you? How did you go through the pandemic? Things worked out, or like?
I think yes. See, actually, in Singapore it was quite smooth, and you know, it was safe environment and not that many sick people, and like yeah, it was okay. And since I work like 100% from home, I haven't seen the change.
Yeah. Okay. Excellent.
So
cool.
for me, that's okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And you are going to talk about us on building scalable WordPress sites on AWS. Is that something you're doing for customers, or is it something?
Oh yeah, yes, exactly. So you know, I have my small consultancy in the Czech Republic, and it's still running. We still have some clients, and like one of the service we provide right now is like a cloud migration and like cloud consultancy. And one of the, since we work mostly in e-commerce field, and multiple clients asked for WordPress because yeah, I can probably start the presentation.
Well, let me introduce you quickly, because
yes,
of course, like a lot of people in the FOSSASIA community know you, but not everyone who is watching here today. And I would like everyone to know a little bit about yourself before we dive too much in. So for everyone, Ilya is the co-founder of Webstoting. You might read it already on the slide. And Ilya is a solution architect in the finance and e-commerce sectors with over 15 years of experience developing complex software in teams, large and small. And before starting his own business, he worked in Europe, Southeast Asia, and North America for several multinational companies. And now he has Webstoting. Webstoting is an agency helping companies to create a successful online business. And outside of work, he also has a life, of course. He's a husband,
Yes.
he's a father, he enjoys sports and games and learning everything about everything. So we have a curious mind who will share insights about a curious topic and something that a lot of people need. Ilya, thank you very much. I leave you to it.
Yeah.
Please go
Thank
ahead.
you, Mario.
Thanks for joining.
Thank you. Hello, everyone, and welcome to my presentation. Today we'll talk about WordPress and how we can scale them up. Believe me or not, but WordPress is still probably #1 platform if you want to build a small or medium-sized business or small or medium-sized sized website over the internet. And last year, in the end of the last year, it powered up to 40% of the websites. That's a lot. It's almost like I know every third website you visit probably uses WordPress. And WordPress itself is a framework because if you install it out of the box, you have nothing but block. The power of WordPress is coming from themes and plugins, and it's open source ecosystem, and community built like thousands and thousands of plugins and themes. Of course, they have different quality, and some of them are quite good. Some of them are pretty bad, rubbish that can even like break your website. That's sad life. But you know, we have like a 50,000+ plugins. There's like a lot of choice. And it's also available in multiple languages, and it's obviously open source. It's like one of the eldest open source products in web world, I believe. But you know, nothing comes for free. So with WordPress, it's easy to keep your website up and running. Usually what I've seen from my customers, they just go to ThemeForest or any other marketplace, buy a theme they like, install vanilla WordPress, apply the theme like to this website, and change some text and load images, and they're done. You can keep the get the website up and running in a couple of hours if you build it from existing components. But once your business will start growing and mature, once traffic will come to your website, you may see some particular challenges. Here on the screen, you may see the most common problems. It's like inconsistent backend. So for example, if you build a normal web application in, let's say, React on the front end and some Node or Python on the backend, usually you come up with an architecture, you design your system, and you connect the components to work smoothly. In WordPress, that's a different story. In WordPress, you have a framework, and like it's very basic. It's almost like a user-friendly interface to the database and the way to upload plugins and some webhooks that can call your plugins, and that's it. So and then you start installing plugins. Usually, major plugins, they're frameworks themselves. So the developers came with their own architectures and somehow build it on top of WordPress. What comes next, other developers will build plugins for the plugins or for themes, following their architectures. And in the end of the day, your website might look like a big giant mess if you want to see it from the code point of view. But on the other side, it works, and it's good. It needs customization. So when you have 50+ thousand plugins, you definitely need to choose the correct ones, and you need to install a theme, you need to install some anti-spam filters, you need to install some SEO plugins. Yeah, it's a lot of work, and you need to know the ecosystem. Security issues. It's a good and a bad thing. Like WordPress is well known for being hacked quite often. That's the bad news. The good news are most of the security issues are not coming from the platform itself. So WordPress, as of today, is quite secure system because it was reviewed by hundreds of thousands, like hundreds of hackers and security research companies. The problem are coming from plugins. When you install a random plugin, you will never know if it has a malware, if it has any security vulnerabilities, if it's following any security best practices and designs. Like, it's a black box. So that's why I always suggest to do a code review. Like, never try to install a random plugin like from the internet. It may have some malware inside. Updates are difficult to keep up with. WordPress update, it's a major problem, unfortunately, since they don't have common architecture. So they have a plugin architecture, but they changes from version to version. So when you update only the platform, usually runs smoothly. Till the time when WordPress team will decide to change something under the hood and change the way how the things works, because many plugins and themes, they know the WordPress code itself, and they use some hacks to somehow avoid and do like some workarounds in the platform. So one day you update your platform to a newer version, and then magically some plugins stops working. Unfortunately, it happens quite often. That's why I always suggest to use the well-known plugins and like major plugins. Usually they're paid because you pay for support. But at least you'll have some guarantee that like WordPress upgrade will probably not break the ecosystem. Fifth problem is the page speed. WordPress is slow, especially if you deploy it to any like a random hosting, something cheap. It might be quite slow because it's a database read-heavy system. It comes with some learning curve, yes, unfortunately. If you want to use a WordPress to publish a few posts, it's easy. But if you want to build a solution on top of that, like e-commerce system, web store or forum, or like even the internet, I've seen such projects in the past, then you need to learn it. And there's a good manual from WordPress. It comes from WordPress. It's called Codex. But from my own experience, it's not enough. And you will see some pieces of information here and there. Some of them are quite good and deep. Some of them are really like high level. So in case you need to, you want to learn WordPress, I highly recommend to go and read the source code. It's not too much of reading, honestly. It has no built-in backups. Yes, unfortunately, it's just PHP website with MySQL database. Nothing shiny out of the box, and you have to take care of your backups. And there are some frequent error messages. Yeah, if you don't configure your PHP error output, you might be in a situation that some random PHP errors will come up and your users will see it. And especially it happens when developers build plugins, when you use some elder plugins for elder PHP versions. So the plugin doesn't have a good clean code. Now we deploy it to, let's say, PHP 8, and it's like a more strict language. And once you run the website, you see some random errors happening. Okay, so let's see how cloud can help us here, because we're talking about cloud, like we're talking about deployments. So unfortunately, we can, like cloud or like AWS, for example, will not help you with like to build a consistent backend. That's your job, and it will not help you with customization. But it may help you to reduce the risk of having security issues if you go with some application firewall options. And it may help you with some updates and the way how you can provision up, like test updates and provision them to production systems. It definitely can help you with page speed, and it also helps with backup quite a lot. And again, like AWS can help you with WordPress learning curve and with your PHP coding style. So if you have some problem in your code, yeah, you'll have to fix it. So let me show you some journey. So this is a journey for one of the customers I had in the past, and it shows how a small company transitions to like a medium to larger organization, like running WordPress. And this is the evolution that you may see yourself if you be in such thing. So for example, if you have a small store and then accidentally you're booming, then you may have the same route. Okay, so let's say you want to open a small shop that wants to have a landing page and I don't know, like a contact us form where customers can go and order something, like home delivery, for example. Most of the usually, if you want to deploy it on AWS, you will come up with a really simple solution. You need just one EC2 instance, and you install everything to your EC2 instance. Put it to your public subnet and make it publicly available to whoever wants to see it. It's a right approach, and for a small website, it works perfectly. And it's a bit more troublesome than hosting on like on a shared hosting. But on the other side, you have better performance. So from my experience, I would suggest to use Nginx and PHP 8 if you want to deploy the website today. And in terms of AWS instances that you may use, from my experience, like memory optimized instances work much better when you deploy LAMP stack. So you have your database server and your Nginx server and your PHP on the same machine. So I would suggest like memory optimized instances. That's because like your database likes memory, so more memory gives you to the database, it will always take it. Even like with this approach, you can do some optimization on the backups because you can go and use EBS snapshots and Lifecycle Manager. In AWS, you can you have EBS. That's like a network drive that you attach to your instance, where you store all the data, and you can set up it in such a way that every 12 hours, so like every hour, you AWS will back it up, create a copy, and store it to S3. And next time, let's say if your website crashed or it was hacked or something bad happened, you can just go and restore the data back up. It's like 2 minutes work, and it saves you a lot of time, and you're not afraid that much to lose your website. And in this architecture, your main bottleneck will be the database, and as in the most of the cases when you're running WordPress, and like this architecture will not help you with this. Yes, you can go like for like a larger instance with more memory, and your database will consume it, so you have better performance. But in the end of the day, database is a problem. One of the workaround is there are plugins for WordPress that do like static page pre-rendering. So when you request a URL, first time it will go to the database and generate HTML for you. Then it will store this HTML on the disk. When a subsequent request will come, there will be no call to the database, and the data will come from this static HTML pre-rendered cache. It's quite useful, and for such simple setup, it reduces load quite a lot. Okay, so since the database is a problem, and when our machine crashes, we lose our database, and like that's life. The next iteration of this design will be decoupling. We move the database out of WordPress instance and use AWS RDS. AWS RDS is a managed database service where you offload all like DBA tasks to Amazon, and you just say, "Hey Amazon, I want my MariaDB," and here we go. If you want to go this road, which means that your business generates some revenue, because it will be definitely more expensive than the previous solution. And like I usually recommend to go with RDS multi-AZ installation, because in this case, you're not deploying just one database server. You're deploying two servers, one is master, one is slave, and one will be active. But in case your database, like your active database server, will go down, like will fail, and in Amazon it happens. So Amazon doesn't guarantee you that like everything runs like 100% SLA. So in case it will fail, then like the secondary instance will become a primary, and your database will come up back online in a couple of minutes, or maybe even seconds. So yeah, if you want to spend more money, then I would suggest to go this route. Again, you will use your EBS snapshots, and you also can use RDS backups, because RDS comes up with its own backup for the database system. So now you have like a more granular backups. You can do like a, I know, once a day or once a week backup for your virtual machine, for your server, because your pages are not changing that often. But you can do like have more backups of your database. But again, yes, here our database is still a bottleneck, because no matter what, we use database to render HTML. And also, recently, not recently, because probably like a 1 year old now, AWS come up with Graviton 2 instances. Those are ARM processors. And I was running some testing for LAMP stack. It's like Nginx with PHP 8 on Graviton. And I saw the boost of performance like by 20-ish, like 20-30%. So if you're running such workloads, definitely try ARM and see if it will like help you, and if you will get more performance for the same or even less money. Okay, so the third iteration of the design, and at this time they're trying to solve the problem of database, because since it's a bottleneck, we have to take care of it. Okay, so first of all, I would suggest to you, if you live in Amazon infrastructure, I suggest you to migrate from MariaDB on RDS to Amazon Aurora. So Amazon Aurora is a proprietary database. Yes, unfortunately, they don't share source code. That's Amazon. And it supports Postgres and MySQL interface. So you can take your MariaDB data, like WordPress database, restore it to Aurora, and it will work as it was. Like your database will look like a MariaDB for your PHP code. So Aurora brings you in some better performance. It's more optimized for AWS infrastructure, and it comes with the concept of READ replicas. So basically, READ replicas, you can use them even with other database systems, but when you go with Aurora, you have more READ replicas. So READ replicas, it's a read-only version of your database. Normally, when you write, like there's only one like master node where you can write your data. So all your inserts and updates operations will go to a particular node. But then when you need to read content, read data from the database, and that's what WordPress is doing. WordPress is like, it's a read-heavy system. It's not a write-heavy system. So when you go with a read-heavy system, instead of going to your master node all the time, you can get the same data from a read replica that will reduce the load on your database and boost your website performance. WordPress doesn't support it out of the box, so you can just have a magic checkbox. But there's a plugin. It's called HyperDB. At least like that's the one that I used. And HyperDB lets you separate your like PHP SQL operations from like all your CRUD operations will go to your master node and to a particular IP address, and all read operations will go to your read replicas. You just configure your IP addresses and done. And I haven't seen like any issues on production workloads with that plugin. So that's a database, but we also have to introduce caching, because even if you reduce your database load, you still go to database all the time, and like you have too much traffic, you may pay like some extra to Amazon for like sending data between your database server and your database servers. So one of the caching solutions that comes on AWS is called Amazon Elasticache. So it's nothing more than managed memcached or Redis that you can use with your WordPress. And WordPress, I think, supports like both Redis. Okay, WordPress doesn't support your caching out of the box. You need to install plugins, but you can use Redis or memcached plugins. In my experience, you get better performance when you go with memcached, like memcached cluster. Probably because memcache is like a really simple cache, nothing fancy. It's just like a piece of memory where you can store data and read from it. But on the other side, since it's simple, it works a bit faster than Redis, where you have some advanced operations that you don't need in our heavy content management system. And finally, you can start using AWS Backup. It's a managed server that helps you managing your backup schedules, and because before you had to go and configure your EBS volumes, like snapshots, and then you have to go to RDS and configure how you want your database to be backed up. If you live in AWS infrastructure, you can go and use like one service that wraps up all those backup operations across multiple services, and it doesn't cost that much. So I would definitely suggest to take a look and to simplify your life just a little bit. Okay. So we more or less solved the problem of our data store, but now the bottleneck is our main server, our Nginx and PHP server, because we still have only one machine. And for a small or medium website, that's more than enough. But in case you have some crazy marketing campaign and you're expecting to see like 100,000 users coming to your to shop, then you need to think about scaling up even your web server. Because otherwise, if you have just one server, probably you will not survive like a crazy load. There are, like as anything on AWS, there are multiple things how you can do it. So first of all, as you can see on this diagram, in our public subnet, we just keep a load balancer. We use in AWS there are two main types of load balancers: a network load balancer that's used mostly for TCP IP traffic, like a low-level traffic, and application load balancer that is used for HTTP and HTTPS traffic. In our case, it's definitely like we have to use ALB because it gives you some like easy configuration and it's optimized for HTTP protocol. So we will install in our public subnet load balancer, and then our load balancer will point to autoscaling group. So autoscaling group, that's a concept, a technology in AWS where you say, hey AWS, that's an image of my operating system. It's all pre-configured, and in case something happens, for example, my server CPU utilization is more than 80% for 5 or 10 minutes. Let's create another server that is exact copy of our current server. So that's what we have here, and but since it's a WordPress, we have a slight problem, because in WordPress there's a magic folder called VP content. In VP content, you store your theme and your plugins. That's most of the time you don't change often, but when there's an upgrade, you must upgrade. So all the code changes will go to this folder. But also it has some static assets. So whenever you upload images, any pictures, I don't know, media files, they will go to that folder. And once you manage content, like usually you upload images, so that's you have to be sure that your VP content folder is always populated to every single server that you create automatically during your scale up operations. The go-to solution for that, and that's probably the easiest one, is use EFS. EFS is a network file system provided by Amazon. So basically it's an NFS, but managed by Amazon. So you can go with EFS you created, and you can put it. So once you have your EFS, you register a new NFS volume in your Linux operating system and point your VP content to be stored there. So this solution works perfectly fine, but at some point, if your website is popular, and it happened to me. So once I had a call early morning from my client, and he was shocked. He's like, "Hey, the website was up and running for almost like 6 months, and it was running smoothly, no issues, good performance. But they were running some marketing campaign, and accidentally was successful. So a lot of traffic came, and what happened was, since our content, especially static assets, was stored on EFS, there were too many IO operations on EFS. And EFS, when you use it, it's a general performance version. It's not optimized for high throughput. So it works in such a way that when EFS sees too much throughput, like too much IO operations, it bursts your, it bursts high throughput for your EFS, but it's only for a short period of time. And you have something that's called burst credit balance. So you have some credits. You cannot burst for high throughput forever. So once you're in a situation that too many websites are asking for, hey, please give me this like fancy image, you are burning your credits. And once your credit goes to zero, EFS becomes absolutely slow. It's super slow. And like you could go and do like ls command on this like network like folder, and it takes like seconds. So that's what happened to me. And then I've learned that, yeah, like this is burst credit balance, and yeah, you can pay it to Amazon to get it up, and you can pay to burst it, but it may be very expensive. So EFS is not a cheap service. EFS is actually expensive service, and be quite careful if you want to use it for things like CMS. And also in this diagram, I added a web application firewall here. So since we need to solve the problem of hackers who wants to hack us, we can go and use AWS WOF. They give you some solution for that. Okay, so since we've been talking about this EFS problem, and it happens often when your website is popular, but what's the solution? A solution that I found for myself is I always try to move my assets to S3, like if it's AWS, of course. So for AWS, you can tell WordPress to store your static assets on S3. And moreover, AWS has its own CDN server. It's called CloudFront. So you can configure your WordPress in such a way that all assets that you upload inside your WordPress, they will go to S3. And then whenever they serve to the outside world, the URL you will get will be your CloudFront. And also you, like when you configure your CloudFront for such use case, because it will be your front, like all traffic will go to CloudFront first, and then CloudFront will decide, okay, hey, should I go to S3 and get like image file, or I should go to my ALB and call some PHP script to get executed and get HTML, or something else. And like when you configure your CloudFront, you must restrict access to your ALB in such a way that only CloudFront can request HTML from that load balancer. Because otherwise, what may happen is, let's say if you under DOS, if someone wants to do like DDoS attack against you, if they will do DDoS against CloudFront, then probably it won't be successful because you really need like a big pipe, right? But if they somehow figure out what is your ALB, and if they attack your ALB, they might be successful. Of course, AWS comes out with like AWS Shield product that protects you from DDoS, but but if you want to mitigate this risk even more, I would recommend use CloudFront, and then you set up your ALB in such a way that only CloudFront can do it. And normally you set up a special like secret HTTP header that only CloudFront knows, and it sends to ALB. And again, please apply your WoW to CloudFront to get even like better protection. So like this is the final design. So we have our web application firewall, so it will try to mitigate risk of having secure injections or cross-site attacks, or if you want to do like a geo IP filtering, you will do it here. So then traffic will go to the CloudFront that is responsible for traffic distribution, and in case it's an image, it will go to your images folder. And otherwise it goes to your ALB and run WordPress. Okay, and one comment here, AWS WoW product, because I use like different WoWs, and it's quite good, and it's not too expensive. But again, it's a bit more basic. So, for example, you can go with Cloudflare. They also have web application firewall product, but I see like they have like more rules, and maybe you can replace this one with Cloudflare. Okay. So here you can see like some basic configuration for your CloudFront, and you can get it from the internet or like from my slides. And finally, the WordPress update. So like as you saw in the past, that it's problematic to have like all your plugins and platforms and themes to get upgraded, and you always need to have a particular version, a particular image of your operating system that you can use in your auto-scaling group. So like how I usually do it, so we have a schedule, let's say every 2 weeks, or every week, depending on a project. So we go and review all the plugins and changes, what needs to be upgraded. Then we have some staging environment. The staging environment, we do upgrade. We upgrade all the plugins and themes, and then test that the website is stable, and we can build an EC2 and AMI image. That's a commercial image in AWS infrastructure. And then what we do, we just use like EC2 image builder to automate those like operating system packaging and like patches, and apply like plugin upgrades and everything. And then you have your image, your AMI. And next, what you do, you just do like automatic upgrade. So on your load balancer, let's say you have like one auto-scaling group that runs your old version, and then on your load balancer, you create another auto-scaling group with a new version of your operating system with like new WordPress and new plugins, and then you just switch traffic. It's quite simple in cloud. And yeah, so here we go. Here you can see some like references and plugins I've been talking about. And thank you. Any question?
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, there is a short question, but I also wonder, like these questions, some of them come in early, and it seems to me you're starting to answer already, like during your session.
Okay.
So there is one question here, for example, how would you rate AWS compared to other cloud providers? Why is
come on.
AWS better than Google Cloud?
Oh my gosh. That's a holy war question. I wouldn't rate any of them. So, like, from my opinion, they just copy each other. And again, like I use 3 cloud providers. I use GCP, I use AWS, and I use Azure. From my experience, if you go like for enterprises, like large organizations, they usually go with AWS because that's like it was on the market like forever. And probably Azure is picking it up because Azure is quite popular. GCP is still like beyond, but I see them more in like startup space or medium to small size business space because they are cheaper. Especially if you go with, if you use only like Kubernetes, and if you build like all your infra on Kubernetes, like Kubernetes offering from GCP may save you some. I don't know the exact percentage. I didn't calculate it, sorry, but I see it's cheaper.
Yeah. Any experience with European cloud providers? Let's say Plus Server, 1&1, OVH.
Oh no! I'm not infra guy. Sorry, I just use DigitalOcean for my pet projects because it's cheap, and I always know how much I pay them because with all cloud providers. Like whenever you go to use calculator, they give you will pay X dollars, and like that's your lower bound. You always pay more, unfortunately. So like with DigitalOcean, at least like when they say me, hey, you're gonna pay like $10, $15, $20, that's what they charge me.
Yeah. So these things one has to keep in mind. Well,
yes.
So yeah. Thank you very much for sharing here today. Great to see you again. We're also planning some social events as like it seems to be opening up more and more in Singapore. So we'll ping you and anyone else who we have the contact in Singapore for a social event to have a kind of, follow-up speakers and team dinner or something like that.
Finally. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Okay, great. So I wish you all the best, and thanks again for joining. Yeah, talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, very cool. And yeah, one more speaker is coming up. Christian Adele. And Chris, I give you the rights right now. Unlock you. You can try to make yourself available here and join the session with the sound. So, Christian, so you need to these headphones that you see on the bottom, the blue button, you just need to click on it and click on it again, and then you should have the sound. Yeah, I see you have it already. And just need to unmute yourself and also activate the screen.
Okay, great. So I think that you are seeing me now.
Yes, we see you. Where are you?
I'm in Barcelona, Spain.
In Barcelona, it looks like the sun is shining.
Yeah, we are in 27, 22 degrees. So excellent weather, Celsius degrees.
Yes. Okay, so I have to say in Singapore it's very hot too, but like in Singapore there's not the beach like it is in Barcelona and Catalonia, right? And yeah, I just like getting the info that we still have like around over 100 people still also watching, for example, on Chinese channels. And yeah, people are watching on YouTube. We're getting the numbers later. So actually, it is late now in Singapore, but we're streaming around the world, and yeah, I think people are very looking forward to your session.
Great.
So your session will be about open source network automation in 2022. You had already a session on network automation topic at the FOSSASIA. Yeah, I mean, it's a huge topic, right? And even 2 sessions, we can't have enough, but we are looking forward to your to your follow-up here, and I would like to introduce you a bit to the audience. Whoever hasn't seen your session, maybe at FOSSASIA, they can learn about it more now here. And yeah, about Christian. So Christian is currently working as a principal architect in network automation at Network to Code. So a lot of network, everything's about network with Christian. He has been working on improving network manageability and resiliency for more than 15 years up to now, serving in different roles as a network reliability engineer, DevOps engineer. You say if there's actually such a thing, I think everyone should be a DevOps engineer. We need things to work, right? And you're also a network automation engineer. Christian loves developing software to improve network operations and build network services, and also contributing back to the community via open source projects and promoting knowledge sharing in Barcelona, and now here also at the FOSSASIA Summit. Christian, thank you very much for joining us, and please take all the time here that you need for your session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mario, for your introduction. Can to share the screen, can you tell me where is the button? I'm trying to find. Okay, now I think
yes.
that.
So Christian, I also made you a presenter. You can upload PDF or share your webcam.
I can manage presentations, I think is the one. No, okay, I think that is the share your screen. Yeah, I have it now. Front up, and this is the one. It's loading, and I guess that everyone can see it.
It's still loading. If it's big, it takes a moment, and then but afterwards it should be fine. So yeah, we can see it. Open source network automation in 2022. Welcome.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. So thank you very much for having me today, and being the last session, I would like to make it easy to digest and to move forward, because the topic is a really interesting topic, at least for me, and I think that for everyone around. But before jumping into the actual content of the session, I would like to present myself and also the company that I'm working on. As you said before, Mario, Network to Code is a relatively small solutions company focused 100% around providing network automation solutions. And within this company, there is the architecture team that I'm part of. And here you also see in the screen Marek and Michael, that they are working together, creating and helping the different teams that are providing new solutions, a holistic view about how the different components can work together. What makes the company different is that we make everything as open source projects. So we try to create the solutions, build the solutions, composing the different pieces that are available. Obviously, we can work with multiple vendor solutions, but if there is a gap, there is always an option to put an open source piece. And everything that we do, we contribute back to the community, and also we create and we sponsor projects by ourselves. Then, to try to narrow down the topic, because we actually had a network-related session before myself, one before. What we are going to talk today here, when I talk about network automation, this is a really open question. You can think about networking in a not really concrete way, because actually in networking there are different planes. So if we look at the bottom of the stack, we see the data plane. That is where the actual packets are forwarded. So one packet is coming in one port and is going in another port. This has been pretty static for a long time, but since the rise of SDN with OpenFlow and other protocols like P4, or just directly programming the ASICs, you can change the behavior of that. But we are not focusing on that. On top of that, we also have the control plane. The control plane is where traditionally the network routing protocols work. So they work together, they bring a distributed understanding of the network, and then this representation, this state is pushed into the ASIC just to change via tables the behavior of the packets. So it's where the packets are defined, is the definition. But the topic for today is in the upper plane, in the management plane, where we as engineers, as an architects, we can define how the control plane, how the data plane is going to look like. So simply said, is the way that you connect to the devices, traditionally via a command line interface, and you change the behavior. Being this said, I think that is good for me to give context about one of the main reasons that I'm here today. As I said at the beginning with the introduction, Mario, you already mentioned that I have been working in networking for more than 15 years. And for the first 7-8 years, my main focus was about network architecture, network operations. And I have been working mostly as a CLI focused engineer. So I had knowledge of multiple vendors, multiple syntax, and I was able to translate my knowledge into the network behavior. But there was a moment that I understood with the DevOps ideas to change the way that we operate the infrastructure, not only the network, the infrastructure as a whole. And I changed my career. I went to a company where I started as a DevOps network engineer. And I remember perfectly the moment that my mind blew up and I discovered the beautiful of open source. It was where I was debugging a problem with an SNMP client for a monitoring solution that was open source. So we were trying to understand what was going on. We understood that there was not behaving as expected. And my first reaction, as I was used to, was, okay, we detected the problem. We just called the vendor of this solution. And at some point, the solution will be solved. This was my default behavior. But luckily for me, side by side, I had a smarter guy than me with more experience. And he took the keyboard and went into the PDB session in Python because it was a Python application. And he was able to understand what was going on, was able to fix the issue. So we had a working solution at the moment. And finally, he contributed back to the community, to the Upstream project. As you can imagine, for myself, that was used to interact with the devices, with the operations in a predefined command line with really narrow options. This completely broke my mind. And this was the reason that I jumped into network automation as a whole. And the same journey that I did, a lot of people is doing these days. There are a lot of companies that we are working with them that are doing this transition from traditional network operations. They are used to understand how the network should work, but the way to communicate it, the way to enforce that has been really manual way up to date. But this has been changing, and open source has a big role here. There are tooling, as we are going to see later, that help you to do this transition. You can use Ansible framework to change the configuration management like you are doing for the servers, for the network. This is not new. This has been for a while there. But we are seeing, as working with multiple customers, multiple projects, that there is a big dilemma, a big decision that you have to take. One thing is just focus on the tools and specific project and just move forward with that project, or try to think on your network automation strategy, the way that you provide solutions to manage your network in a more overall understanding. So you understand the whole picture, not only how a tool solves a specific problem, because maybe it's not solving the whole solution. And this decision is the one that we are going to try to solve today. And the approach of the presentation is as simple as try to share the same framework mindset that we in the architecture team in Network to Code and Network to Code as a whole applies to all the projects that we are working on. We try to focus not on the tools, we focus on the different functionalities that compose a network automation solution. And then when you have the solutions, the functionalities, you can then place the different components that can solve the problem. So we have to start first on the network automation framework. This is not rocket science, but really, really helps for everyone to understand what we are talking about. And we define our framework, network automation framework, in these 7 different components. Remember that we are talking about network automation. So in the bottom layer should be network infrastructure, for sure. this network infrastructure. We are going to see there could be different types. But then if we go to the top, we have the user. The user is the one that is going to start and control the whole automation. In the middle, there will be different pieces. The source of truth, telemetry, orchestration. We are going to go one by one. And in the left side, we have the CI/CD process. We have to not forget that this is network automation, but this is a software development project. So any tooling that we are using for developing any kind of application these days can be applied to this. And we try to keep this in mind always as we work with these projects. So let's try to start one by one. The user interactions, really important one because everything starts here. You have multiple options here, and you have to select the one that solves the problem for your user. Maybe there is a user that wants a user interface, a graphical user interface. There are options. Maybe there are other users that they want a programmatical interface, an API. Maybe they want a GraphQL API. Maybe another one wants a dashboard just to visualize the data. So it's the work of the architect when thinks about the network automation solution to understand which are the user interfaces that has to be implemented, because maybe not all of them should be in the project. Once you have the user interfaces, you have to start focusing on defining how your network should look like. Traditionally, the way that network operations have been working is that the state of the network is the state of the network. There is no reference. The reference, if there is in your head, so you remember how the network should look like, or maybe in some diagram in some wall, but nothing more sophisticated. The idea is to achieve the goal of automate your network. You have to properly define what is the intended state, what the network should look like. And we call this the source of truth, where your variables are defined about how your data, how your network is going to be modeled to eventually move into the desired state, how we want the network to behave, how we want the routing protocols to be controlled. All this information should be properly defined in the source of truth. When we have the source of truth, because we are automating a process, you can imagine that there should be an orchestrator, a workflow orchestration in some place. The functionality of the orchestration is nothing else than coordinate the multiple steps of the execution. Maybe there are multiple steps that have to be executed in order to fulfill a solution, and has to be in the middle of everything. We are going to see in an example how this fits together. Then we move into what actually is more specific of network automation. Why? The automation engine is the place where we put the different tooling that is going to help us to move the intended state, that is a data model, a reference, into something that the network infrastructure understands. Because on the network infrastructure, what we have are routers, firewalls from multiple vendors, supporting different interfaces. Maybe one only supports CLI because it's a legacy device, or SNMP, maybe. But we have to actually deal with new interfaces like GNMI, netconf, or even dealing with cloud network services. You have to interact with custom APIs. Whatever it is, the automation engine is going to take the reference, the model, and translate, simply a translation, to move from one to something that we can actually activate. Then the network infrastructure is really heterogeneous. We have multiple devices that are physical boxes, virtualized, cloud network services, everything. We should be adaptive to whatever we have, and just offer the different interfaces just to be able to get an operational state and to set an operational state. So first, we can take the configuration, and then we have to be able to show, to communicate what's the operational state. And this is what the telemetry and analytics block is going to do. It's going to collect the information, enrich the information, because information without metadata sometimes is useless. When we collect the information from a device, because we know which device we are connecting to, maybe we can enrich this data via the source of truth, and maybe a part of the device, we can get the different site, more information that then, when we visualize this data in a dashboard, we can enrich and we can classify the data in a more educated way. Finally, all this data, because it's a lot of data, has to be stored. As we are going to see when we talk about the related open source projects, the beautiful that we have here is that we are not reinventing the wheel when it's not needed. Obviously, we have to talk within the interfaces that the network devices have. But for the rest, for transferring the different messages, we are going to use open source projects. To store, we are going to use other open source projects. When I say open source projects, I mean general purpose open source projects. Finally, as I said before, CI/CD is helping us to deploy a network automation logic that takes care of not breaking production. So the same practices that we apply to the software development lifecycle, we're going to apply to the networking automation, obviously taking into account the different specificities of the network devices. And now we are going to try to do an overview. It's not exhaustive at all, but we are going to try to do an overview of what the different projects in the different areas belong to. And this is only taking into account open source projects. We are always using this in a brownfield environments where there are some vendor solutions that we integrate. But here today, we only mention some relevant open source projects. First, an important piece, the source of truth, where we can define this data. Obviously, the data has different particularities, different characteristics, depending if the data has to be changed super often or by a user. It can be stored in different places, like in Git or maybe in relational databases. Here we have an example of two pretty common source of truths that are complete for data centers, infrastructure management, IPAM management, multiple of them, like Netbox and Nautobot. There are two on multiple available solutions for source of truth that are tackling different parts of the data information that we have to store. When we define this information in the source of truth, what's coming next? Obviously, someone has to change this. And here, we can offer multiple solutions in our open source projects. We have chat applications like Mattermost. We can build our CLI applications in Python with Click, in Go with Cobra, multiple of them. We also have complete IT service managements like GLPI or ITOP. And to visualize, we have Kibana or Grafana that can help us to get data from the telemetry storage. Then, to orchestrate everything, just to name two of them, AWX, Rundeck are orchestrators that help to play with the different components that are part of this architecture. Here, there are multiple of them because any kind of tool that can be used to orchestrate processes can be used in the network automation ecosystem. And as I said before, what makes network automation a bit special are the different libraries that we have available to automation engine. The automation engine is using first languages that I have not pictured here, that is, for instance, Jinja, to render templates of configurations from the data that we have in the source of truth. And then we have multiple projects like Napalm, NetMiko, PHNMI, Nornir, Scrappy, multiple applications that work in different languages to connect to the different interfaces for each network device and change the state. The same devices, applications or libraries that work to change the state can also be used later in the telemetry part. As I said before, you set the state and you actually get the state. But I added here just to be more specific on the place. But here also you have to notice that there is Ansible, there is SaltStack, just as configuration management. The same way that you configure servers, you can configure network devices. And also Terraform, because a part of configuration management, there is also the provisioning of network services if you are running in the cloud. This is also part of these features that we have to fulfill. And the definition of the state is going to come from the source of truth. We have in the telemetry part, obviously, what makes this special is the interface. So how we connect to the devices, because usually a lot of devices cannot install an agent, so you have to do an agentless. Telegraph helps a lot here, hosting multiple libraries to connect to the devices, get the information, enrich from a source of truth, and finally consolidate into a time series database like Prometheus or others. We also have to use Kafka because in some places we have a lot of data to transfer and to distribute to multiple receivers. But there are also specific tools for network automation, as for instance, SUSIQ, that helps to get information from network devices. And when we talk about network monitoring, we are not only talking about metrics and logs. We are also talking about flows of data. Tools like PMSCCT or GoFlow can help you in order to get all this information together with the logs and the metrics. And this is really important because network automation here works together with application monitoring. So all the information from network, servers, and applications could go together to the same place. And you can imagine what can make possible this convergence of information. Last, as relevant open source projects, as I said before, all the things that you can use on software development lifecycle can be used here, but you also have a specific tooling for networking. There is like the simulation tool called BATFIS that help you to get a configuration and create an analytic model to represent how this network device is going to behave. Or you can even simply run the network operating system like a container or a virtual machine with different projects like Container Lab or Kubernetes Network Emulator. Multiple of them that can help you in the way of deploying a new change on the network automation infrastructure. We are talking about management. You can first speed up a network device, push the configuration, see that the configuration is good, and then you can happily deploy it to the network. As I said before, this is a really, really quick summary of all the different relevant open source projects. But the best way to understand this is to see in an example, a really quick example. Imagine that you want to implement a firewall rule automation. Using this architecture, this framework, we can understand that the first thing that we have is a user that we present an interface that is a chat application, Mattermost, so he can set what's the state that he wants to change on the network. What happens next is that this change in the intended state has to be pushed to the source of truth. In this case, we receive this change from the ChatOps integration in Autobot. Autobot changes the state of the intended state and automatically triggers a workflow that eventually will deploy this change to the network. So AWX takes care of connecting to Ansible and saying, okay, with this information that we want to change, get some templates from another source of truth, from Git, and render the configuration. What's the configuration that we have to push to the network? Then, thinking on making a reliable automation, we can spin up a BATFIS container just to test if this configuration is syntactically correct, if the outcome of the configuration is what we expect to be. And when we are comfortable that we are not going to break anything, it's Friday afternoon, so we should not break anything, it's time to deploy. It's time to connect to the different networking devices. It could be physical devices or could be in the cloud, and change the state. But this is not over. When we change the state, what's next? We have to close the loop. We have to, in the telemetry and analytics part, we are going to collect the flows from these devices and see via feedback to the AWX. Are these flows that I am seeing consistent with the change on the source of truth? I mean, if we have created a rule that enables the flows that I should be seeing should be accepted. So this is the point. We are changing the state, observing the state, and validating that. If not, the loop can be continuously doing until we get into a state that we are comfortable with. The same that I mentioned for firewall automation, here there is a quick summary of multiple real use cases that we have been solving in multiple places, from managing OS upgrades, firewall